Thank you, and welcome to the August 17th, 2021 virtual meeting of the Greensboro City Council. Due to the heightened COVID concerns, City Council will be meeting virtually until further notice. Public speakers must continue to register via the JOT form on the city's website, www.greensboro-nc.gov. Deadline for submissions is 5 p.m. the day prior to meeting. I'd like to take a roll call vote to confirm attendance. Obviously, I am here. Mrs. Hightower?
Here.
Dr. Wells?
Here.
Mr. Outling?
Here.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Here.
Mrs. Thurm?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Present.
Mary Kay Abuzawader?
Present.
And lastly, I have a letter from Michelle. She is not on the Zoom call tonight, but she did send me an email to share with City Council. Dear Mayor Vaughn and my fellow citizens, it has been my great honor to represent the people of Greensboro as an at-large member of the Greensboro City Council. I have worked hard over these last few years to live up to the expectations that voters had when they elected me. That is why it is bittersweet that I submit my resignation from council effective today, August 17th, 2021. I am sorry to be leaving before the end of my term. However, I am excited to continue the work of building a better community for all Greensboro residents. I am grateful to have had the opportunity to serve. We must accept Ms. Kennedy's resignation, and I need a motion and a second.
Move to accept her resignation.
Second.
So it is moved by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson and seconded by Mrs. Thurm. We will have to do a roll call vote. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. Thank you. We will talk about how that position will be filled at a later date. We will now move on to the business portion of our agenda. Voting will be conducted by roll call vote as council considers consent, public hearing, and business items. Each council must vote unless there is a direct conflict. We do have a very long agenda this evening, and we have lots of people signed up to speak, so we want to make sure that they have an opportunity. Council members should remain muted to minimize distracting background noises. Council should request to speak by physically raising their hand to prevent multiple people speaking at one time. Council will verbally make a motion and a second. We do allow for speakers to address City Council. Council respects the right for the public to speak, and we welcome about matters of concern that can be addressed by council. Each speaker will be allotted 3 minutes. Comments that seem to be intended to incite unlawful behavior will be deemed out of order. We do allow and welcome speakers to address council at the public forum meeting. Council respects the right for the public to speak about matters of concern that can be addressed by council. Each speaker will be allotted 3 minutes. Comments that seem to be intended to incite unlawful behavior will be deemed out of order. Zoom participants are requested to mute their microphones until they are called upon to speak. In order to be considered, written comments must be submitted online through our website, www.greensboro-nc.gov. Zoning matters do allow for a 15-minute presentation, both for and against the rezoning. There is also a 5-minute rebuttal period. All Zoom participants must remain muted while others have been identified to speak. Once an item has been completed, the meeting host will remove speakers for said item. Guests are encouraged to watch the remainder of the meeting via the Greensboro Television Network or through the city's website. We have a consent agenda for items E1 through E20, which are a grouping of agenda items that are voted on with one single vote to expedite what are believed to be routine and non-controversial items. Any council member may withdraw an item from the consent agenda due to a conflict of interest or for the purpose of voting no. Items removed from the consent agenda for discussion will be placed on the September City Council business agenda. This meeting does include closed captioning. Depending on the length of tonight's meeting, we may take a short recess around 7:30. Staff has requested to postpone items F12, F13, F14, F15, F16, and F17. Proceeding of the public hearing on bonds authorizing housing bonds, parks and recreation bonds, firefighting facility bonds, law enforcement facility bonds, and transportation. Item number 19 is a public hearing for refunding of the Coliseum and determination Coliseum Complex Limited Obligation Bonds, Series 2014 and 2018A, and item G1, a resolution making certain findings and determinations regarding the proposed refinancing of certain outstanding bonds of the City of Greensboro, North Carolina, relating to the city's Coliseum complex and requesting that local government commission to approve the financing arrangement. These will be moved to the regular council meeting on August 31st to allow for proper advertising. I know that was an awful lot, but I do need a motion and a second.
So moved. Sharon.
Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by,
Tammy got
see,
her
Mrs.
hand.
Johnson.
Oh,
We will, Madam Clerk, will this be a roll call vote?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson,
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader,
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower,
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
and Dr. Wells.
Yes.
Thank you. So those will be moved to the August 31st agenda. We will now move on to our consent agenda, which are items E1 through E20. Do I have a motion?
The consent agenda.
Move the item.
So it is moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. And this will be a recorded vote, Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're going to try this. I would ask the public to be patient while we are moving to a different eScribe system. This will be the first time we're using it virtually.
Moved, but
So moved.
seconded.
Just waiting for the seconder.
How do I get to the,
I seconded it on the eScribe.
Okay, so while that is coming up, we still, according to the legislature, we still have to take votes verbally. So I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson,
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader,
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower,
yes.
Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
and Dr. Wells.
Yes.
So the consent agenda does pass 8-0. And it shows up that way on the eScribe, so that was a success. Thank you. We now move on to the public hearing portion of our agenda. There were no written comments received for the August 17th, 2021 council meeting. We do have 27 speakers signed up to participate in tonight's public hearing. The first items are F1 and F2. F1 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for property located at 206 Wolf Trail Road, 9.985 acres, Anthony and Emma Jean Farrar. And item F2, a public hearing for original zoning 206 Wolf Trail Road, Chris Gunride for Anthony Farrar. This item was postponed from the July 20th City Council meeting without further advertising. We do have one speaker in favor and 10 in opposition, but Mr. Kirkman, could you give us a brief overview, please?
Yes, I'd be happy to, Mayor Vaughn. The request is for approximately 9.985 acres located north of Wolf Trail Road, east of Randleman Road, and south of Interstate 85. The current zoning is County AG Agricultural and RS30 Residential Single Family, and the request is to go to City CD RM 26. North of the request is currently zoned County RS30 and County AG. East of the request is zoned County AG with City CDRM 18 further to the east. South of the request is zoned County RS30. West of the request is zoned County RS30, County AG, and City R3 Residential Single Family. The property currently contains a single family dwelling in undeveloped land. North of the request is Interstate 85. East of the request is undeveloped land with multifamily development further to the east. South of the request is single-family dwellings, and west of the request are single-family dwellings and undeveloped land. The property is currently designated as both commercial and residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and as urban general on the future built form map. I do have a brief video here to give you some ideas of the area. So there you go. So this is looking at the corner of Wolf Trail Road and Randleman Road, kind of looking to the east. The house in the foreground is part of the subject property. The houses to your left along Randleman Road are adjacent but not part of the subject site. You can also see now, looking further to the east, the site that is being cleared and readied for multifamily development. The highway interstate is also to your left. We're now moving along Randleman Road, so you can see the single family homes that are adjacent to the subject property. And we're coming up now where Randleman Road crosses Interstate 85. Next, we're moving along the interstate. So again, the subject property is on your right, kind of wedged in between the single family residential and the properties to your left that will be developed for multifamily.
Are these apartments, they're going to build apartments?
The area that is cleared out that's shown, yes, that is apartments, zone CD
That's what they want.
RM18. Mhm. Yes, they've actually got the parking areas down. They just haven't built the units
Council
yet.
meeting. 5:30.
You can also see here additional single family residential on the other side of Randleman Road. Your subject property is on your left at this point as we're looking west along the highway. And now we're flying along the eastern portion of the subject site, looking back to the west. Randleman Road would be on the top of the screen. At this point, we're coming back down on Wolf Trail Road. You'll be able to see some of the single family that is adjacent on the opposite side of the street as well, single family residential. That portion is in the county. The properties in Randleman Road are in the city. And again, that area that's cleared out to your right on that image, that is where a new multifamily project is being built. You can also see across the highway in the distance, commercial area. That's the Lowe's and the Walmart shopping centers. The application was advertised with one condition, which is the first part of condition number 1. The applicant is asking for additional conditions this evening be added to the request. I will note to council that condition number 1 has been amended further from the information that we previously submitted to you. The applicant requested additional change. So I will read all of those into the record and then ask the council approve those additional conditions for this request. So condition number 1 shall read, building height shall be limited to a maximum of 50 feet. Additionally, any building located along the western boundary of the site shall be limited to a maximum height of 40 feet. New condition number 2 says uses shall be limited to a maximum of 200 multifamily residential dwelling units. New condition number 3, the required landscape buffer width along the western property boundary shall be a minimum of 20 feet. All new required planting materials within this required buffer shall be of evergreen material to ensure year-round screening. And new condition number 4, additionally, a minimum 6-foot tall, where allowed, opaque fence consisting of wood or materials that simulate the appearances of wood shall be installed along the western property line. So I'd ask council to accept those conditions.
So moved.
Move to accept the condition.
Okay, so I believe it was moved by Mrs. Hightower and seconded by Mrs. Thurm. We will take a roll call vote. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson,
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader,
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower,
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
and Dr. Wells. And she waved her hand. So that does pass 8-0.
Thank you. In terms of staff's recommendation, again, the property is designated as urban general on the future built form map and both commercial and residential on the future land use map. Staff has concluded the proposed original zoning request does support the comprehensive plan's creating great places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices, and the building community connections goal to maintain stable, attractive, and healthy places to live and raise families. The proposed CDRM26 zoning district would allow expanded residential options that are compatible with the various residential uses located nearby, and staff was recommending approval of the request. The annexation in the original zoning for this case was heard by the zoning commission at their June meeting on a vote of 4-3. It was recommended approval for both the annexation and original zoning. At that point in time, there was 1 speaker in favor and 3 in opposition. I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkman. We will start with the applicant, and that is Chris Agunrid, and I'm sorry, I'm sure I didn't do your name justice. If you could.
You're in the middle.
No.
Yeah, I'm on a Zoom meeting, but on mute.
Excuse me, if everybody who is not speaking, if they would please mute themselves. Thank you, I apologize.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Vaughn, members of the City Council. My name is Chris Ogunrinde. I'm with Urban Trends Real Estate, Inc. Tonight, I represent the petitioners. I have probably listening on the line is my 2 partners, Kevin Pleasant and Richard Payne. Thank you for allowing us to make our case to council. The site we are talking about, of course, 206 Wolf Trail we filed a petition back in April. Next slide, please. Keep going. Thank you. Next slide. So as that was presented earlier, site is smack in between 4 roads. North to the north, I-85. To the east is South Elm, Eugene Street, west Randleman Road, and of course, Wolf Trail Road to the south. Next slide. Site is almost 10 acres, currently zoned agriculture, and next to single-family homes to the west along Wolf Trail. Next slide. So now I will stay on the development considerations before you go to this. So when we first put this property on the contract, one of the first things that we do is basically review future land use maps, and spoke with staff, discussed the comp plan. And as was mentioned earlier, a future land use map recommended residential. And of course, we all know most of our cities are growing rapidly with young folks that are coming to seek employment. And we looked at existing utility, we looked at transportation access, and all those things kind of informed the development pattern that we are seeking tonight. Next slide. This slide really shows basically the timeline of where we've been and how we got here tonight. As I mentioned earlier, we filed our application in April and received some comments from staff in May. Sent out mailing list to a list of adjacent property owners also in May for a community meeting. Because of Zoom, we had to have that online, virtual. We had that in June. And we appeared before the zoning committee in June as well. Had another meeting with the community because folks said some folks didn't get notice. So we set up another one, and we had that meeting and a subsequent meeting also in July. And when we realized that the community had strong opposition, we said, well, we requested from staff a deferral about 30 days, which allowed us to have additional meetings and dialogue with the community. And I have to also stop here and just commend Councilwoman Hightower for stepping in to help, I wouldn't say mediate, but kind of arrange discussions with the community, and also commend members of the community for asking for what they wanted. And some things we agreed upon and some we weren't able to agree upon, but I think we had lengthy discussions, heated discussions, and which is necessary to come to a solution that best serves the community of Wolf Trail and Greensboro community at large. And of course, we are before you tonight. Next slide. Our first submission was a proposal to build up to 260 units of multifamily. I think that one had about 50 townhome units, all for rent product, and a mixture of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. As requested, of course, the ordinance requests that we had a buffer of 15 feet, which is consistent with the local ordinance. Accessibility will come from Wolf Trail, and the traffic impact analysis recommended that we provide turning lanes to basically for folks that want to turn into this community can get away from traffic. That way it does not clog the Wolf Trail. After all the discussions with the community, some of the issues that the community raised were about traffic. The density was an issue, and then a huge one was home ownership. And so we looked at those numbers, and we glad to say that we went back to our plans and revised the plans to, if you go to the next slide, please. And this is a mixture for sale products, the townhomes, the colored in yellow, and our goal is to sell those, and then we are keeping 4 buildings of apartments in this plan. Still sticking R26, but we've reduced the density from 260 to 200 units. We've increased the buffer along the western property line, which is behind the single family homes, from 15 to 20 feet. Again, consisting of evergreen plantings and 6-foot tall opaque fencing. We will locate all the townhomes adjacent to the property line, maximum of 2 stories, 2-story structures, and then we'll position the higher density 3-story apartment buildings towards the eastern portion of the site, such that it's so far away from the single family homes that you wouldn't even see that. Next slide, please. And one of the other issues that the community raised was that, okay, what are you going to build? You're not showing us anything. And one thing that's hard to do is you do not, we don't design things until we know that the rezone is there. But so we had to go create some conceptual images of what we envision to build here. It'll be craftsman style design. And the image on the right is 2-story townhomes. It'll be with porches. It'll be for sale product, and then the image to the left will be 3-story walk-up unit apartment style building. Now, the one things that we have to stress also is that all of these are.
Let me just interject something. I believe the city attorney would say that we can only accept these drawings for illustrative purposes, but they're not actually conditioned.
That's
Yes.
correct, Mayor.
That's correct. Yeah.
Right.
But we
Thank
have to show because the neighborhood insisted that we show the character of what we're proposing to build.
Mhm.
And in summary, I want to say I sense the frustration of the community that they say that we have too many multifamily units. You're going to hear that from the opposition. However, they also say that we need shopping experiences like other people have. And as a developer, one of the things that commercial developers look for, especially when you're looking for grocery and coffee shops, are rooftops. And they look at income diversification. And what we propose tonight brings that to this community. And we hope that council will see this favorably and as we seek approval for this petition. Thank you, and then I'll stop and take any questions.
I do have 2 questions. So you have reduced the density from 260 to 200,
Yes, we have.
and I think you mentioned something about home ownership.
Yes.
But I didn't see that in the conditions, that some units would be home ownership and others would be rental. And I'm not sure if that can be considered, but Mr. City Attorney, can you help me out on that? Home ownership versus
Mayor,
rental.
Mayor, I had asked that question as well, and I think Mr. Kirkman, if the city attorney can, I think Mike can address that as well. Because that was one of my.
I'll defer to the city attorney for the opinion.
Is he there somewhere?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, there you go.
So will you restate the question so everybody can be sure since commentaries happen?
So during the presentation, it said that a portion of the housing would be for sale and the other part would be for rent. I don't see that in a condition. Can that be considered? Can we consider home ownership versus rental?
So I would advise you not to make that into a condition related to this. I understand that may be a practice that the applicant is seeking, but we want to, I don't think that's a condition that the city can impose, or the city should be in the process of preferring one to another. We should allow it to be open for whoever comes.
Okay. So even though it was mentioned that a portion would be for sale, that certainly then doesn't make it binding if there's no condition that says X units are for sale and X units are for rent.
Correct, Mayor. It's not a sort of condition of this, it's not conditional zoning based on that. It's a statement that amplifies what they are planning to do, but it is not a condition that the zoning gets withdrawn if something changes about that.
Okay. We do have a number of speakers in opposition, and I'll read them all out. I don't know if you have a lineup that you prefer. There is a combined time of 15 minutes, so just keep that in mind as you're speaking. We have Harold Timmons, Regina Timmons, Dale Finocchi, Eddie Falcone, Charlene Watson, Deborah Barnes, Sharon Watson, Jean Dulin, Alberto Rodriguez, and Tony Blue. So you can start off in any order you would like, but there is a combined total of 15 minutes. You will have a 5-minute rebuttal.
Hello, this is Harold Timmons. I will go ahead on and I will start off. I noticed that, I know you said you have.
Mr. Timmons, can you turn your camera on?
Yes, I'm sorry about that.
Thank you.
Yes, I know she said we have a maximum of 15 minutes. I know that the developer was given a total of 10 minutes alone. Is there any possibility that that could be extended? One. Two, if not, I'll just proceed onward. I did submit a PowerPoint presentation. I only want to speak probably to slide 1 and slide 15 for the sake of time. I don't know if you don't have that, don't worry about it. I will just go, I'll go on.
Mr. Kirkman, do you happen to have that presentation? And you're not penalized for questions that are being asked when it comes to time.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I did submit that to GTN to have on standby for us.
Okay.
I'll just proceed and we'll figure it out as we go. I'm speaking on behalf of the residents and owners of 3439 Randleman Road, long-term family that the property has been in their family for probably close to 100 years now. The proposed project will be abutting our rear property line. So we are very concerned about what it's going to do to our property values, what it's going to do to our lifestyle, our ability to use the property. And there's the map there. And so what you're seeing now is a map I put together. And what it shows is that there are 4 existing apartment complexes within a half mile of that red triangle. Number 5 is currently under construction. Number 6 is the subject property we're talking about today. And number 7 is a property that's adjacent, it's for sale. And if this project is approved, there's no reason why we should think that number 7 wouldn't also be approved as apartments as well. So in essence, what we would end up with is 7 apartment complexes within a half mile of our location. And we think that that is certainly an inundation of apartment complexes and certainly not a positive thing for the area. If whoever is controlling will go to slide 15, I would appreciate it. Just flip through. One more. Okay. What I have here is I have some conditions that are for a previous zoning case on the Marshall Smith Road that I have been discussing and sharing with the developer. I shared it with them because this was a project similar to ours in that it started out at over 600 apartment units, but through the efforts of the community, council, and pressure being placed on the developer, the number of units, total dwelling units went down significantly. Most importantly, though, which we want to have here, is we would very much like to have single family homes, duplexes, twin homes, or townhouses be a part of the restrictive mix of the units that are allowed on this particular property. And that was not provided in the conditions that were provided to you. They also make mention of an Exhibit B. The site plan that the developer just recently showed, the very last one that had the townhouses, could have been or should be as an exhibit, just as this developer has done here as well. So given that, I had prepared some remarks based on this, but what I will move to and basically say that given the fact that the developer has talked about units for sale and is still seemed to be committed to doing the townhouses on the property, what I would say is that the use of townhouses, I think, would be a good idea, but only if they're going to be done in accordance with the definition of townhouses as it relates to the city of Greensboro, which means that one townhouse, one designated lot. If the developer is going to go through that process of placing them on lots, I had some slides previously that I decided to skip for the sake of time that showed some of the layouts of different townhouse projects that are in the city of Greensboro. If they're on their own individual lots, they can both be sold and or leased. And I think that would be a much more positive aspect. I also think that even as the property is situated, given the amount of square footage on the property, I've run some rough calculations, and just a total townhouse project itself with lots that are 20 feet by 50 feet could potentially support upwards of 200 units. So I think that that was something that should have been looked at more, and we were having a conversation about that. And I think that if we had continued to converse a little longer, maybe we could have come to a better mix as far as we're concerned in terms of the number of townhouse units or rental units or units that could be potentially sold. We think that for sale units is very important in this neighborhood because right now, as you can see, Wolf Trail Road is, and the area itself is inundated with apartment complexes, apartment units. And we need, in order to solidify the community and keep it from turning to a transitional community, a community that is based on residences that are not car optional, but car dependent, the lack of public transportation in the area. We think that more home ownership opportunities should be provided, and that would also help to work to meet the goal of the comp plan of trying to have diverse housing options. There's no diverse housing options along Wolf Trail Road. It's just apartments. And the approval of this will continue that to provide nothing but apartments. So we implore this council to give it serious consideration, to even deny the request or ask for a continuance of this request, to either allow continued discussions with developer or send a message that we don't need more apartments. We need more of a mix. We need more home ownership. And with that, I'm going to conclude because I know there are some other people that want to speak. I don't want to use up all of the time since we only are allotted 15 minutes. I think Dale Finoki might want to speak next.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll stop the clock until Mr. Finochi.
Yes. Hi.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes.
My name is Dale Finoki, and I'm a resident of the city of Greensboro and a city planner in private practice. I live at 2028 Walker Avenue. And Harold is a colleague of mine that I've worked with for a very long time. And he asked me to look at this with him, and I've looked into it. And the issues that I have about this, and I told him, I approached where I was like, well, they want to do what? I can't just necessarily say I'm going to be against it. But the more and more I dive into this, it's not even so much being against it. It's just the process of what's gone on here. It really much concerns me as a planner and as a resident of the city of Greensboro. Just the one-off concept of the annexation, and then doubled with it being a rezoning to a much higher density than what it currently is. And not into the default zoning district that it would become without a rezoning with just the annexation. But there's just not the way it's organized here with the way Wolf Trail is if you look at the map, and I wish I could show you that, and I had something, but I did not send it in time. There on the side that's the Randleman Road, which is very much what this development is. It's so much different than the side where the apartments are now on Elm Eugene. That those have it's a wider street, it's got lights and turning lanes, and it looks more commercial. It is more commercial. It can handle more traffic. This complex, even more so than the one that's being developed right now, is going to definitely use the Randleman Road side. And if you were to go into Google Earth and zoom down to the street level and look at the intersection of Wolf Trail and Randleman Road, it's a country road. It's 2 lanes. It's got 1 hanging light. There's no left turn signal. And you're going to have 200 plus units going in and out, turning left in off of Randleman onto Wolf Trail and then left into the complex. This is going to be a nightmare from the beginning. If you don't have the developer address that issue, it's going to be a burden of the city to have to fix that traffic. So right then that in and of itself concerns me enough to where this should be a no-go. And I don't know what traffic things were looked at and how they came up with they just need a left turn lane into the complex off of Wolf Trail. But if someone thinks that intersection, that Randleman and Wolf Trail is not going to be impacted by this, they're living in a state of delusion. And so that very much needs to be looked into. And I don't think it can be ignored at all. To me, that's the showstopper. There's no reason to move forward. It has to be addressed. And it has to be, the developers should have to improve it. Otherwise, it's a burden of the citizens to do that with taxpayer money. And that's the biggest issue really is I think it's a little too dense for this side on Randleman the way Randleman is now. It may be future use, all commercial there along Randleman, but it is not right now. It's mostly single family homes. It's not even multifamily homes. And his last concept, I think that's a new thing that he presented to folks that was out of the blue with the townhomes and the concept of ownership. I think that's getting in the right direction. But if you were to approve it tonight, we got to realize that besides those 4 conditions, you're approving a piece of property to come into the city and to be rezoned as multifamily residential. The only restriction that property is going to have are those 4 small conditions, and then they can do whatever the code allows them to do in that district. They don't have to make it look any way. They don't have to do any kind of design. They don't have to do the townhouses. He can present that, but there's nothing that's going to restrict him to bring in townhouses or to do anything differently. It's just going to be what's required in the zoning district. So I beg you to maybe table this, put it off. Let's get the site plan shored up more, get a better understanding of exactly what's going to be done on the property before we bring it into the city. As far as I understand, at least it is in most other states. I spent most of my practice in Virginia and in Maryland, but rezoning and annexation are legislative actions. They're requests. You don't have to approve them, and there's no action that the applicant can take against you if you deny it. It's a simple legislative action. You either want this property in the city right now or you don't. And you either want it rezoned to that new zoning district or you don't. There's nothing that compels you to do this. It's something that you want to do because it's good for all of us. It's good for this. And I think that's something that needs to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. The Rodriguez, would you planning to go next?
And if we would stop the clock while they're getting.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor, I have, and I just want to make them aware that they have 4 minutes left.
4 minutes, did you say?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. Thank you for allowing us to have this platform to express our concerns. I'm in opposition of this development. I'm a 30-year member or resident of the city of Greensboro. I own 3449 and 3443 adjacent to this proposed development. My opposition is because of the density and the non-transparency for the developer during his presentation. I think his presentation was weak. And it doesn't fall in line with the 2040 City of Greensboro plan, where you have, in many instances, it states that you want community buy-in. There is no community buy-in for this project. I'm not in opposition of development. I'm a employer in the city of Greensboro, Winston-Salem. I'm also a 37-year member of the armed forces. And I'm very concerned with the traffic impact, the impact to the community, the lack of police officers. I believe that the developer needs to consider some type of home ownership project. So that way, he says that the young people are not looking to cut grass, or I would defer. I would say that's not true. I have 2 young sons, and they would love to own a piece of property that they can call theirs and have home ownership and be proud of that. Right now, the city of Greensboro is growing, but I can't see why we can't have a better mixed use of the properties that are within the city. And I strongly urge you to consider our requests. I also appreciate the time allotted to us to express our concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, how much time is left?
2 minutes.
Is there another speaker who would like to speak in opposition?
Regina,
Hi,
Regina Timmons or Deborah Barnes.
Hi, I'm Deborah Barnes. Good evening, Mayor Vaughn and members of the City Council.
Can you put your camera on?
Oh, yes, I can. Hold on. Yes, good evening again. And I'm speaking in opposition. I have property, my sisters and I, at 3439 Randleman Road. And the proposed development would butt right up against our property line. My concern is the oversaturation, the density of what this apartment complex would bring. We are for home ownership. We have another safety issue. I have an aunt and a sister and other family members that live right against this property. By putting up trees and maybe some fencing, people will still be able to walk through their backyards to get to Randleman Road. People will not take the long way around. They will insist on making a track through the backyards. And that's a safety concern. I just don't feel good about that for my aunt, who's 90 years old, for sisters and other relatives and people that live along Randleman Road. We want to be valued. We want and we need City Council to
30 seconds.
That we do have mixed apartments and home ownership. We are too dense. We would love to have Fresh Market, Panera Bread, those types of things also brought to our area. So please consider holding off discussions, maybe a few more discussion with the developer and getting something more toward making it sound for the
Time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now have a 5-minute rebuttal period from the applicant.
I'll mute myself. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mayor. So I want to just take some of those items that was listed as in opposition, one at a time. Let me start with traffic. And originally, when we first filed this petition, we were looking at acquiring 2 parcels, which combined total will be 20 acres. One of the requirements staff said was you have to basically order a traffic impact analysis, which at the time, the total number of units would have been 400. And the analysis said all we needed to do was provide those turning lanes, which will have basically dealt with what they thought was going to be additional traffic flow through the community. From 400 down to 200, we're still providing the same turning lane to address those issues. Community came back and said, well, why don't you guys deal with the traffic light? And the last meeting we had, there was a representative from Greensboro Department of Transportation that said that traffic light is controlled by the state. And I proposed to the community, I said, as a neighbor, if we are successful with this rezoning, we want to be able to be part of helping to solve some of these issues that the community is facing. And I'm a planner, to answer, to respond back to Mr. Finocchi. I'm an architect by training, I'm a planner, and I'm very, very sensitive to the issues that face community when we're actually doing these rezonings. I don't practice anymore, but I'm a developer now, and that's why it was so important that we engage the community through this series of meetings. And of course, I don't know if we're ever going to get to a point where the community accepts what we propose. Saying that we need single family and townhomes, we have to make sure the market, number one, was supported. We've done some initial market analysis that says townhomes in this area, comps are like $150,000. And if you all know how much material costs today, last year, this time, plywood was $10 a sheet. In today's market, it went as high as $50 a sheet. And for us to build all townhomes and single family, was just not going to make economic sense. So we said, let's meet us all in the middle. We'll build 80 units for sale. Of course, we have to work with, and Councilwoman Hightower introduced us to Ms. Sophia Crisp. And Sophia Crisp is going to introduce us to somebody at the city to see if we can figure out a way to either seek some soft gap financing to make this a reality. And we said, well, let's see if we can put it as a condition. Staff said you cannot. So I'm not sure what else. They keep saying we want home ownership. We are proposing home ownership. And so I just respectfully disagree with some of the comments that were made tonight. And we've had a series of meetings. We actually met in person in Greensboro to have this conversation. And so that's my rebuttal. And I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Yes, this is Regina Timmons. I have a question.
Well, it's not, no,
Okay.
it's not your turn yet.
right,
Are
thank you.
there any questions for the applicant from council?
I have a question. Some of the opposition made a comment about the conceptual designs you presented, which you presented at the last Zoom meeting that we met at. And I think we've had a total of, what, 4 meetings?
We probably have 5 or 6.
5, yeah. Can he make that an attachment on exhibit? Or somebody mentioned that? I mean, is that part of a package? And I'm asking staff, maybe that's not a question for, I know conditions have already been approved, but I'm just saying, generally, does that happen? Because somebody meant, maybe Mr. Falwell or whoever.
Mrs. Hightower, I think generally they can say that what the construction materials would be, whether,
Okay.
you know, it's wood or brick or whatever, but
Mhm.
I don't know that the drawings can be considered.
Okay. Yeah, because I know we're talking about land use, and apparently I don't really hear any issues around land use. But I think the community was looking for some comfort level, which I do understand the concern. But I was just wondering within itself, the conceptual drawings, would that be something that TRC would handle, or would that be part of a package listing materials? I don't know. And that's why I was asking. Mike, can you answer? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, sorry.
And after
I saw
Mr.
Sue on there
Kirkman
too. I wasn't
answered,
sure.
Yeah, after Mr. Kirkman, Mrs. Johnson and Dr. Wells.
To answer your question, Councilwoman Hightower, what is approved as conditions is what TRC can apply and enforce. That's part of the reason we have conversations with the developers to make sure that the wording is something that we can enforce with that. Any illustrations that are of an illustrative nature would not be part of the plan review process on there.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Mrs. Johnson?
I want to understand this. I'm not sure I got mixed up, but can't you put in your conditions that X number of places will be for sale? And that's not in there. That bothers me. I will not support this if that is not a part of a condition. I may not support it anyway, but I definitely will not support it if that's not a part of a condition. I think that we should go back. Excuse me?
I'm sorry. I thought you were finished with your question.
I think with that this should be tabled. I think they should go back in negotiation. And if that can be a part of a condition and they're serious about it, it should be a part of it.
I need to advise the council that ownership or tenure has been struck down by 2 state Supreme Court cases as consideration in land use case. You can consider it multifamily or single family, but who lives and how they pay their rent or their paying cannot be considered. And there's one U.S. Supreme Court case.
It's too bad.
So that is not allowable, or is it, I guess council could put it in, but it is not defensible. It is not permissible to be enforced in that regard.
Dr. Wells?
I just wanted to ask a question. When we looked at the area view, there was one house that was on the lot. Was any of the people who were complaining, did any of them live in that house, or what about that house?
Can I answer that question?
Yes, please.
That house is actually, we have that to be purchased as well. So, and they are not complaining. They actually don't live, they travel, that person travels a lot and it's like, oh, I don't spend enough time there anyway. So we are going to be purchasing that.
And that is the owner of the property for sale.
Sorry, right now we're only hearing from the applicant. The opposition will have 5 minutes. Is council, any further questions, or should we move on to the opposition for 5 minutes?
Move on.
You can move on.
Okay, and I don't know if there is an order you would like to speak, but you have a total of 5 minutes in opposition.
I'd like to say something quickly, if I can.
Yes.
I would just, and I understand the concept of we can't do the home ownership, but I think the biggest thing the community's interested in, this concept of the townhomes and a mix of townhomes and apartments is a new concept coming out of the developer. If he's willing to condition that, and if that's a condition that can be made, that he will limit it to 4 apartment buildings on the one side and the rest townhomes, regardless of how they're rented or sold, that's not really all that relevant to the development. In the density issue, I think that's something that, at least in my mind, should be acceptable. The ownership of it, if he wants to sell them, that's a great thing, and it would be great for him to do that. We can't condition that. But if we can do something that just solidifies that there will be townhomes and apartments, not just RM, whatever the district is, and I can't remember the name of it, because that gives us his no restrictions whatsoever. He can develop however he chooses. Whatever he drew and showed us is just doesn't matter. It's illustrative, like the planner said.
Any other speakers?
Yes, this is Regina Timmons, and I own property at the 3439 Randleman Road. And Mayor, just to follow up.
Excuse me,
Yes.
Can you put your camera on?
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
own property as well at 3439 Randleman Road. And just to follow up on the mayor's comment, as well as others around the conditions, I understand what's been said about the conditions, but also in the meetings when we were with the developers recently as last week, we kept hearing a caveat from the developer saying that they want to create the townhomes for sale if the numbers could work. If the numbers could work. And we asked, when will you know whether the numbers work? And the reply was, we hope we will know by today and Tuesday. So right now, we still have no sense of comfort. It's not in the conditions. We don't know whether the numbers work or not. So although it's been stated that there's some level of intent around having home ownership in this mix, there's nothing that gives us any comfort level. And I would just like to appeal to the council to not just think about numbers, making numbers work or getting more tax revenue. Think about the quality of life for your residents in this community and how much you are agreeing to bring apartments into this area in a half-mile radius, 5, 6, 7 apartments. Think about if you would want that in your area in a half-mile radius and looking into your backyard. And I just appeal to your heart, not just your numbers, appeal to your heart and your sense of community and value and making sure we have a quality of life in this area. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, how much time do we have left?
2 minutes and 24 seconds.
2 minutes and 24 seconds. Anybody else in opposition?
Yes, this is Harold Timmons. In terms of the developer's proposal to do townhouses, if the townhouses are done in accordance with the definitions in the ordinance under 30-15.18, that single family attached townhome or twin home, or the twin home definition under 30-15.19, it basically says that a building consists of 2 single family dwelling, each dwelling unit occupying its own conventional lot and conveyed by deed in fee simple. If the project is going to be designed and recorded in the subdivision plat, then those lots, then those units can be sold or they can be leased. But the way it is proposed right now, just to say that they're townhouses, they may be townhouse in style, but they're not townhouse by definition, not by legality, and they certainly can't be sold. So the question becomes, how do they get sold? The only way to get sold is if they are designed and they meet the definition that's in the Greensboro City zoning ordinance. And if they're going to do it in that fashion, that means there's going to be a subdivision plat created and those lots are going to be recorded and they can be sold or they can be leased. So that provides an option.
And I agree with you, sir.
Anybody else in opposition?
Yes, hi.
Hi, could you turn your camera on?
Do I need my camera on? I was trying.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, hi. Do you see? This is Charlene. And from Charlene Watson Falcon, 3439 Randaman Road. And I know I only have a few more minutes, but you know, when we pose the question, why is the apartments, so saturated in this area? And our wonderful hardworking councilwoman Hightower did say, because it was a cheap area. Well, this just hurt me to my heart. And because I have lived in this community and this district for over 66 years. I love the community of Greensboro. And this just feels like to me that we are not valued as a community
30 seconds.
and as citizens. Thank you. And we're looking as money, we're valuing money over our citizen. So we're ready to roll up our sleeves because I know Councilwoman Hightower will be taking a bus ride out in our area. And I would love for everybody to come and take the ride so that you can see we're ready to roll up our sleeves and do anything that we can to enhance our community and make it the best that we can and make it the shining star of Greensboro. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the opponents?
I mean, from the developer?
No,
Oh.
No, this is just from City Council.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Hightower?
I have a question. And Mr. Timmons has brought this up twice, but I need to hear from staff. And I understand Chris agreed too. But what is the actual design of townhomes? we are building townhomes every day, everywhere. So, and I mean, we got them over in Willow Oaks, we got them in various other spots, but we don't have a lot of them at the same time. So can you speak to what he was talking about under the statute? Can you help me out with that?
Yeah, I'll be happy to. So the idea with a townhome development is it's a dwelling unit that sits on its own individual lot. And then normally there is open space or other areas that are held in common ownership with a homeowners association, which is a distinguishing, I think, from, as I said earlier, when we talked, we don't have a definition of an apartment in the ordinance. It's just multifamily buildings. And those multifamily buildings may be multiple buildings on the same lot, again, with some common area or everything under ownership under some kind of an association as well. But I think Mr. Timmons' question or his point, as I understand it, was that a townhome lot is designed so that the lot is around the dwelling unit, therefore could be leased or sold. If I understand that was the point he was trying to make. But we do not have a separate definition for an apartment in the land development ordinance. So you can't condition anything under zoning that references the term apartments. It's not a defined term.
Okay, not a defined term. And does an HOA, apply to apartments or just townhomes?
There's going to be some kind of a management group typically with an apartment because you're going to have usually some level of common elements, maybe a stormwater device or the parking areas, those kind of things that have to be commonly maintained. So there should be some type of a management corporation that manages the apartments. I think Ms. Schwartz wanted to add some comments as well. I see her on.
Yeah, and just to add to the confusion, so there's also townhome in terms of architecture, meaning a two-story unit that are attached to other units. And so we do have townhome developments in Greensboro that do not have individual lots, but is the physical style of a townhome. So it's to add further to the confusion of what is a townhome. There's a townhome in terms of its look and function, and then there is the townhome in terms of ownership and management.
But you could still buy a townhome in that same.
Well, if it is lotted individually, that is possible. But I said we do have townhomes in Greensboro that are not on, they are built in the style of a townhome, but they are not individually lotted. They are two-story units side by side attached across.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then the true townhome in terms of ownership has that you own that space. And I'm trying to think, because it's been a while since we've had one, how the different pieces work. So I'm hoping that helps clear it up a little bit. There are two different ways that these things function. One is the functionality, and so it doesn't go up 3 stories. Some communities have opted and said they prefer the townhouse style because it's only 2 stories high versus 3 stories for an apartment. Others more of the management piece.
Mrs. Johnson?
Do we need to close the public hearing before we make any motions?
Well, I just want to see if council members have questions for the opponents.
I'll wait.
Mrs. Thurm, no question for the opponents? Okay, so now if we can have a motion to close the public hearing.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second. And moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. I see Mrs. Johnson, then Mrs. Thurm.
Madam Mayor, I move that we table this. I think I'd like to see something worked out between the neighborhood and the developer. And if there's any language we can use that's legal in reference to home ownership, I'd like for us to explore that. But I right now, I think it would be helpful if they could meet and go through some of the things that are bothersome to some of us.
Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Deputy City Attorney, can you address that?
So, excuse me. So, Madam Mayor and others, you can certainly table an item, but I think the tabling should be simply a vote about tabling. The comments and questions about home ownership, I understand the passion, but I would advise you not to, at this stage, create rationales and conditions based on home ownership. So when you discuss it again, you talk about conditions that are allowed, that are a part of the action, and conditions allowed by the type of zoning that happens. But leave it open to that. Don't sort of, if you will, to use the word, condition your decision on the ratio of home ownership.
Well, I would just say I move to table.
I saw Ms. Thurm had her
I had a
hand up.
question. I think we need to deal with her motion first.
So I would ask the applicant, I'm sorry, if you could please say your name again.
I have a question.
It's Chris Orinke. Chris, can you unmute?
It's Chris Ogunrinde.
Mr. Ogunrinde, would anything be accomplished by tabling? How do you feel about tabling until our meeting in September, the business meeting in September?
Madam Mayor, I wish I could say yes. However, I have to listen to what the lawyer is advising. If we're going to table it just so we can craft a language that's not legally able to be mandated, then I just don't know why we would do that. We made a commitment to Councilman Hightower to actually be serious about figuring out how to do this. And we called Miss Crisp, and we began. She's introduced now to the city of Greensboro, and we want to do what works. And the last thing we want to do is just get stuck in a condition that doesn't make sense. But we will do everything in our power to bring homeownership to this community, but if there's a legal way to do it, we will do it. But from what we're hearing, it's not advisable to do that.
Okay, I see Mrs. Thurm had her hand up, and then Mr. Outling, and then Mrs. Hightower, and then Mrs. Hoffman.
I was just going to ask about, I understand that we can't put anything in about, as far as a condition about home ownership.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we still have the ability to put in a condition regarding the number of townhomes or townhome style buildings that are there at this time, or would we need to postpone for that, or how would that work if we could get Mike or Sue Schwartz to?
What he said here.
I will try and answer that question, and the answer, as I understand it, is no. We cannot dictate a specific minimum amount of development or type of development within a zoning condition. That's come up in some cases and several years ago, and that is the answer, as I understand it. I'll let Ms. Schwartz or Mr. Andrews add to that.
So the only an offer of condition zoning, to keep it in the condition zoning, the only person that can offer conditions is the applicant. So it is something he could amend and offer to you, and you can accept it by vote to change that. But neither the neighborhood nor the council can tell him, we want this condition from you. That steps in a very precarious situation, but he can make that offer as a condition.
Thank you. That clarifies what I need to know.
And I would ask the attorney maybe to weigh in on that question very quickly about the minimum amount, because I think there's some confusion about that.
Absolutely. So when you start getting into those kinds of questions, We certainly have density standards, but as has been sort of explained as we have had it here on the meeting tonight, we do condition-based zoning. When you get toward those categories that you're speaking of, you slide over into a category that we do not do here. It's actually termed contract zoning. That's not what we do. So I think it's best, as was said before, that the applicant states what they have presented and you vote it sort of up or down as to whether you accept it based on the rationale that's been provided to you.
Thank you for the clarification.
Mr. Outling?
Yeah, thank you. I definitely understand the concerns raised by many people, including Councilmember Johnson, in connection with the desire to table or continue this matter to the council's next business meeting. That said, as council members certainly know, my position with regard to the limited question of whether or not to continue a rezoning matter to another meeting is that unless all of the applicants and all of the community members agree to table it or continue it, I don't support continuances. I feel like such a standard helps provide consistency and uniformity across the city, and everyone can know what to expect and prepare for meetings accordingly. So notwithstanding, my understanding of the concerns and the desires of Councilwoman Johnson and others on the narrow question of whether or not to table this to another meeting, I'm not in support of that. If it comes to a vote in terms of approving or denying the application, I'll address that accordingly.
Thank you. So Mrs. Hightower, Mrs. Hoffman, and then Dr. Wells.
Excuse me. So let me just say that all those questions that you all have asked tonight, which are fine, have been asked. The number of units couldn't be addressed. The home ownership versus rental couldn't be addressed. There are only certain things, according to statute, that can be addressed when we talk about zoning. Anything that could be done, I would say that the developer was open and willing to do, even including reducing the number of units in half. This is, it's a touchy subject because I understand the oversaturation of apartments in an area. And it looks like this particular area, maybe not this far out, but some further up the road has been targeted. And so the apartments seem to be the easier answer than it is home ownership. But I think if we, continue to push back on every single thing, I'm afraid of what we may get. We may get something we don't want, as what I saw yesterday at a zoning meeting that's going to come to us very soon. And I absolutely don't want it. It is not conducive for the area. Around what, character and neighborhoods look like. I'm very sensitive to the neighbors, which is the reason I reached out to them. And we had as many meetings as we did have, which you typically don't even have. Remember about a couple of months ago, we had a rezoning developer and nobody never reached out to the community, period. And so I want to appreciate Mr. Chris, but I also appreciate the neighbors because they've been straight up, they've been honest, they've been consistent. They said what they want, how they want this community to look, and I value and appreciate that very much. And I want developers to come and respect that. What can legally be done and financially be done is what I would really like for us to get to. I asked Mr. Chris about deferring another 30 days to give opportunity for other discussion. And he gave reasons, which I forwarded to the opposition as to why not, to try to keep the lines of communication open. But I don't know if we're ever going to get to where we can actually guarantee anything. I would love for that to happen. I just don't think we're going to be able to get there. And legally, we can't do it. You know, is this the right place for this, you know, development? Maybe we can get him to set the standard for other developers to come into our area and understand that community concerns must be considered around that. So I tell you, it's a tough decision I make tonight to support or not to support, because I do know each side has put in a lot of work. But all those concerns and issues that you all have brought up have been addressed. Tabling, deferring, number of units, all of those things have been talked about in gross detail. We've had some Zoom meetings, we've had an in-person meeting. So the developer did go back and redo some things. Maybe we need to talk more around zoning matters where we have more control. What is it that maybe we can change in our zoning that helps us to address some of these major concerns and issues? It's just, maybe it's a discussion we need to start having more, you know, because these things seem to be a grave concern for us around this. But I'm still afraid of what we might get if we can't get to a better, you know, to a good place here tonight. There may be somebody who comes and brings a convenience store in the midst of a neighborhood, and we don't want that. So I'm just weighing the options. So right now. So thank you.
Mrs. Hoffman?
You know, I would just make the observation that I think some of the same people we've heard from tonight and some of the same issues were brought up and discussed at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting. And this project was approved unanimously by the Planning and Zoning Board.
Dr. Wells?
That was my two questions. Did the zoning commission approve it? And does it fit into the plan, the city's plan?
Dr. Wells, to answer your question, the Planning and Zoning Commission did approve the request, but it was a split vote. It was actually 4-3.
All right, so what about our
And
plan?
I think staff
24.
concluded in our recommendation that it is consistent with elements of the comprehensive plan, but that plan is a robust document and many people can take different aspects of it and apply it in the zoning conversation.
All right.
So it was not unanimous.
What?
The zoning vote.
Right, there was a split vote on that one, yes.
It was a split vote.
Mhm.
But we knew, and we talked about this, there's always going to be controversy when there's change. We know that we're going to have mixed use places. We're going to have apartments next to houses. We are growing as a city, and people have to have some place to live. Everybody can't afford a house. I mean, to me, everybody cannot afford to buy a house, but they need some place to live. I think the saturation in that area, because it's so close to the highway, people live here and they work all over, miles away. It's easy access to get to the highway, to get to where they're going. And as the city grows, we're going to have to kind of open our minds a little bit to accept that apartment people, there's nothing wrong with people who live in apartments, and they'll bring all of the value of our houses down because they live in apartments. New York City, Charlotte, Raleigh, all those places have grown. And I know we don't want to become a big, big city, but people like coming to Greensboro, they're moving here, and they are going to have some place to live. So I support housing. I really do. I know you feel like it's too many of them, too many apartments around, and you want more houses. And I think we have to think about people that just cannot buy a house and they don't want a big house. All they want is a place to live. They don't want maintenance. They don't want the taxes. They don't want all of that. So I think we have to think about that too. So that's my opinion about it. And I know every time we get to a case where it's a change in a neighborhood, we have a lot of pushback, and I can understand that. But we also have to open our minds that this is a different day, and for us to move forward, some of these changes will come to pass.
Mayor, may I ask Mr. Kirkman a question?
Yes, and then Ms. Abuzawader.
You know, Mike, our materials indicate that this was a 7-0 vote by the zoning commission, but you say it was what, 4-3?
Yes, and I apologize if there's confusion on that. I think what maybe the problem is that there was a unanimous vote to approve the annexation because it could be served by city services, but there was a split vote on the zoning question about the use. That's what the distinction is. Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't repeat everything that everyone said, but I do agree with Dr. Wells, Ms. Hoffman, Ms. Hightower, everybody who's spoken so far about this. I really think the developer has taken the concerns of the neighborhood very seriously. That's a lot to reduce a development by that much. And he reduced the number of apartments. I know that he can only talk about wanting to do the townhomes, but I want everyone to realize, even if we were able to put that as a condition, which I know we can't, but even if we were, someone can purchase one of those and rent it out. There is nothing stopping anyone who owns a property, to my knowledge, from they can rent it out. So I'm not even sure, that discussion. Of course, we want people to own homes and own their property, but at this day and time, it's not always happening, because I'll tell you what, the millennials definitely don't, a lot of them do not want to purchase homes. They want to be able to travel, to do things like that. So, I really think that this could be good. And especially what Dr. Wells was talking about, it's right there next to the highway. This is really going to be transformational, because a lot of people will be coming to live in Greensboro. And as has been said, they'll be traveling to jobs all over. So I'm very pleased with this. I do believe that traffic study of some sort by NCDOT or whomever is responsible for that intersection, some of that might need to be addressed.
So I did want to ask Hannah if she could address the traffic issues, because that really hasn't been. And then I have a comment, and then Mrs. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, members of council. To just briefly summarize the findings from the traffic impact analysis that was conducted as part of this rezoning process. The original review was for consideration of 406 residential units mixed between apartments and townhomes. And the findings of that study led to the recommendations of improvements along Wolf Trail itself, and reviewed the traffic operations of the signal with Wolf Trail and Randleman Road, and the signal of Wolf Trail at Elm Eugene. And in both cases, there is sufficient capacity in those signals based on the existing volume and the projected volume that includes both this project and other projects that are already known or in process, so that we feel confident that the recommendations from the TIA adequately address the traffic being generated. The other thing I'll point out is when we look at traffic distribution, so when someone leaves the facility and goes out into the rest of the transportation network, where do they go? We use a set of complex algorithms, essentially, that look at the desirability of a traffic pattern. So in this particular case, 13% of the traffic went along the path that landed them at the traffic light with Randleman Road. The rest of the traffic processed through to South Elm Eugene, in part because that is where the access point to the interstate is located. I'm happy to answer any additional questions, and the summary, the executive summary of the TIA is available in your materials.
So Mayor, can I just have Hannah address one thing?
Yes.
Hannah, when you talked about the initial, I think it started out being 400 and some units. Now that he has reduced down to one unit or one parcel with 200 some units, does that change the traffic impact or does that stay the same?
So the impact analysis is the recommendations will remain the same.
The same.
The traffic itself is cut approximately by half, though, compared to what is in the materials that you received. So, for example, the trip generation that was shown in your materials showed 181 trips in the AM peak hour. So that's morning rush hour, essentially. Our estimation of a 200 dwelling unit impact in that same example for AM peak is 92 trips.
But we still are going to have the left turn lane and
That's
the right
correct.
turn lane.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
You know, we've talked a lot about home ownership and the fact that people, you know, there's nothing to stop somebody from buying and then renting, and that is true. But it's one reason why we really need to push our down payment assistance for first-time home buyers, because that assures that they stay in the home for a minimum of 5 years in order to get the full impact of that city down payment assistance. And I think that that is a program. I appreciate that Mr., and I'm afraid that I'm going to say it wrong, a gun ring day.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, that he said he has already reached out to Sophia to talk about possible down payment assistance, because that's really what's going to change things is that, you know, if we can get that program out to first-time home buyers, that will at least assure that they stay on the property 5 years. Mrs. Johnson?
I don't want anybody to misunderstand. I don't have any problem with people living in apartments. People need, I have a desire for diverse housing. And this community has a lot of apartments and very little diverse housing in terms of development units. That was my only concern. I don't have any, people need apartments. They can't, maybe, I agree with Gold, they can't afford a house. But we need to really look at diverse housing, and however we have to structure it that's legal, that as Sharon said, we need to talk more about it. That is really where my heart is. But I don't want anybody to think I'm anti-apartment. I am not.
I appreciate that. And Mrs. Johnson, obviously your motion died due to a lack of second to table the motion. So
that's fine.
I don't know if somebody wants to make a motion at this point.
Well, I'm going to bite the bullet and make the motion to approve the rezoning. And I'm doing it because I'm afraid that if we lose this here, what we may open ourselves up for. And I think that the fact that this individual developer has been willing to talk to Sophia. And when I talked to Sophia afterwards, she was very positive about home ownership possibilities because, as you know, housing is in shortage. We're short over 4,000 units, period, of good housing, diverse housing, market rate housing, places where our public safety can move into and our social workers and teachers can move into. And so I'm gonna make the motion to approve it. And also because I believe Chris will be the person that the neighbors here who are in opposition can pick up the phone and call when there's an issue and a problem, and that he will address. Oftentimes, we don't even get that opportunity to have open door of communication. So I encourage that strongly. And I'm there as well to make sure that you do exactly what you say you're gonna do for this community.
And let me point out that the first action is for the annexation. And normally we would say if you're not going to vote for the rezoning, don't vote for the annexation, because the developer doesn't want to be annexed without the zoning in place. So Mrs. Hightower has made a motion to annex the property. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. And we should be able to do that electronically, though we will confirm. We do have to do a voice vote as well. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
No.
Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
That passes 7-1. We now move on to the second item, which is the original zoning, and it does require a statement of consistency.
Where's the statement at?
It should be in the packet, but it's also on the screen.
Well,
depending on the size of your screen, I don't know how easy it is to read it.
Oh, I see it. I got it on here. Okay. For item 206 Wolf Trail Road, original zoning. The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to recommend approval of the original zoning request for the property described as 206 Wolf Trail Road from County AG Agricultural and County RS 30 residential single family to City CDRM 26 conditional district residential multifamily -26 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan and considers action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, future built form map, and future land use map. The proposed CDRM 26 zoning district as condition permits uses which fit the content of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the surrounding area. And the request is reasonable due in the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
So I do need a second on that motion.
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Wells. So if we will, and that also has to be confirmed by voice vote. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
No.
Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
That passes 7-0. I'm sorry, 7-1. 7-1. We will now move on to our next two items.
Madam Mayor, if I can, just a minute,
Yes.
please, because I can't
Yes.
see y'all. What I want to say is I think that the opposition made great points on oversaturation of apartments in the area. And I think I would like for us to step back and maybe take a look at this area and look at an area plan for the area of how housing and diverse housing can be more interspersed in this particular area. I think there's neighbors further up Randleman Road, further up Elm Eugene, that have been voicing their concerns along with this community as well. I would like for us to really look at that and do an assessment of this area and look at how we can help better plan for this particular area of housing.
Mrs. Hightower, I would certainly support you on that. You know, we still have to accept certain redevelopment areas into our plan. And I think maybe as part of that, this study, we could look if there's a redevelopment area here where we could really drive some of those first-time home buyers with down payment assistance, because that would be a valuable tool to a lot of people. So I support you on that. I don't know if we need a vote to move forward. Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, ma'am. So you can make a request of staff to look at a particular issue and bring it back before you in your various meetings, just by consensus. Or you can make it like a resolution by having a vote, but just directing staff to do so, we can prepare that for you.
Right. Well, that's fine. I just want to make sure that it happens sooner than later. And oftentimes we get, the concern around green space, and all of this is concerned. Is we're adding, but what else are we adding in addition to that? Are we adding parks? Are we adding green space? Have we looked around transportation? Even though this particular area and this project is probably going to be car driven. But there are other areas that are not. It's a little bit farther out than our transit goes. But I think we need to start considering all those things and put them in a solid plan with the community being involved in that, obviously to help drive what that looks like. And
you're absolutely right.
So I would ask staff if they could come back to us at our next business meeting with a timeline and how we would move forward, if you could bring us forth a proposal.
Yes, ma'am, we will do that.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I think we've talked about several, sub-area plans in the past few months. And perhaps staff, when they bring that, they can bring us kind of proposal for how they would lay out the various area plans that we've asked for, because I think we've asked for several in the past few months, and it would probably be helpful to review what we've asked for and then make sure that we prioritize, et cetera.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. So if we can get a timeline and then, put it on a work session so we can kind of coordinate all of the area plans that have been talked about and how well we are implementing area plans that are on the books.
Yes, ma'am. We will have that ready for you.
Thank you. So item F3 and F4. F3 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for property located at 5963 Summit area, 8.5 acres, Merica. And item F.4, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning at 5963 Summit Avenue, SL Reedy Fork LLC for Mary J. Merica. We do have 2 in favor and no opposition. Mr. Kirkman, could you give us a brief overview?
Yes, I'd be happy to, Mayor Vaughn. The property is again 8.5 acres, currently zoned county agricultural, and the request is to go to city light industrial. The zoning that it surrounds the property is planned unit development. I will note that the section of the planned unit development on the west side of 29, where this property is located, allows a variety of uses, but that includes a variety of industrial uses as possible development as well. The property currently contains a single family house. Again, northwest, south, and east are a combination of single family dwellings and primarily undeveloped land. Currently, the property is designated residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and as urban general on the future built form map. This has no conditions with that, so I will note that staff does think that this request supports the growing economic competitiveness, big idea to increase and preserve the inventory of developable sites for corporate and industrial uses. And the proposed LI request does allow uses that are complementary to other nearby industrial properties located along a major thoroughfare. Staff is recommending approval of the request. The Planning and Zoning Commission considered both the annexation and the original zoning at their July 19th meeting. The vote was in favor unanimously. There were no speakers for that request.
Okay, so we can listen to those in favor, or if we have a motion.
Move the item.
Second.
So it is moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mrs. Johnson, and that is for the annexation. We do have to confirm by voice vote. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. We do need a motion for F4, which requires a statement of consistency.
So move.
Second.
So moved by Mrs. Johnson, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. Mrs. Johnson, can you read it into the record?
The Greensboro City Council believed that its action to approve the original zoning request for the property described at 5963 Summit Avenue from county AG agricultural to city light industrial to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. 1, the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future build from map and future land use map. 2, the proposed light industrial zoning district permits uses which fit the context of surrounding areas and limits negative impacts on the surrounding area. And 3, the request is reasonable due to the size, physical condition, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the the public interest.
Thank you. So we do have a motion and a second that will come up on our. And again, we have to confirm by roll call vote. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. We do have another 2 items, item F.5 and F.6 we'll take together. And after this, we should probably take a quick vote because the next item might take a little bit longer. Item F.5 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for property located at 2808 York House Drive, 0.24 acres, Hispanos, Inc. And item F.6, public hearing for an ordinance for an original zoning for 2808 York House Drive, Frank Flores, for Hispanos, Inc. And we don't have any speakers on this item.
Move the item.
So that is the annexation. Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader.
So question, is this just one house or is this another development? I don't hear from staff.
This is basically just to build one house to access services. The rest of this area is already developed. This is lots that have not yet been developed. And so under our current water sewer policy, they need to be annexed in order to access city services.
Thank you.
So we do have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. And verbally, I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Abusawader,
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower,
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
and Dr. Wells.
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. So at this point, before we move into our next agenda item, since we're getting close to the break, if we-
Madam Mayor, we
Are
still
you-
need to do the zoning.
You didn't
Piece
read
on
the
that.
I'm sorry.
statement.
Sorry. I need a motion on F6.
Move the item.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. Mrs. Thurm, could you read the statement of consistency into the record?
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to recommend approval of the original zoning request for the property described as 2808 York House Drive from County CUPD RSP, Conditional Use Plan Development Residential with a special use permit, to City R5 Residential Single Family, to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future belt form map and future land use map. The proposed R5 zoning district permits uses which fit the context of surrounding areas. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Thank you. So we do have a motion and a second. We could register our votes. And verbally, I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Abusawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. If we could take a brief 10-minute break before we move to our next agenda item.
All right.
Yeah, I had one. My stone.
Seriously.
Yeah, you need, yeah, I mean, it was, I just realized it's gone. I lit up 902 Sunset.
Mhm.
So we're G9.
Chargers, yes, please, we all know it.
Mrs. Hightower, are you back yet? Dr. Wells?
I'm here. I'm here.
And we'll give Sharon a minute.
I'm here.
So I'm going to start by reading the items in item F.7, public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for property located at 5144-ZZ, 5119, 5121, 5164, and 5200 McConnell Road, 1360 Village Road, and 1801 and 1812 ZZ Andrews Farm Road, 384.21 acres, Terry Galden, Elizabeth Galden, Mickey Stewart, Elizabeth Stewart, LLC, William Kajorge, Rebecca Kajorge, and Guilford County. Item number F.8, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 5144 ZZ, 5119, 5121, 5164, and 5200 McConnell Road, 1360 Village Road, and 1801 Andrews Farm Road, Amanda Hoderdine for Elizabeth F. Stewart, LLC, Mickey S. Stewart, Rebecca and William Kajorge, and Elizabeth and Terry Galden. Item F.9, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 1812 ZZ Andrews Farm Road, City of Greensboro. We do have speakers for and against. Mr. Kirkman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. So the combined acreage of the request is 384.21 acres for annexation. There are two separate original zoning requests within that amount. As shown on your screen, the larger portion of the property, the private property, if you will, is approximately 371 acres. And then there's a small portion on the northern end that is 12.68 acres. That is publicly owned property that would come in if the annexation for the rest of the site is approved. In terms of zoning in the area, the zoning north of this site is currently agricultural, county light industrial, and city light industrial. East of this, the requests are county agricultural, county RM 12MH, which is multifamily in a manufactured home overlay, county LI, and county CUPDR, which is planned development residential. South of the request is currently zoned county agricultural and county AGHD, which is agricultural and historic district overlay. West request is county ag, county AGHD, and county RS40 residential single family. The subject properties do contain a combination of agricultural land, undeveloped land, and single family dwellings. North of the request are a combination of single family dwellings, undeveloped land, and dedicated open space. East requests are single-family dwellings, undeveloped land, and further to the east, a call center. South and west are single-family dwellings, agricultural land, and undeveloped land. The subject properties are currently designated as residential and reserve on the future land use map, and exurban and reserve on the future built form map. These are the conditions that were offered by the applicant and were advertised as part of this request, and I can answer any questions at this time. I will note that the Planning and Zoning Commission did consider both the annexation and the two original zoning requests at their July 19th meeting, did recommend approval of all three items. There were 2 speakers in favor and 5 in opposition.
Thank you. We will start with the applicants. We have Amanda Hoderdine, Jeff, I'm not going to be able to say the last name, Ocknadel, Zach Tran, and Beth Blackman. You have a total of 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Vaughn, and good evening, members of the council. I'm Amanda Hoderdine. My offices are at 804 Green Valley Road here in Greensboro, 27408. So we appreciate the opportunity to be here in front of you tonight. We're excited about this. We've been working on it for quite some time and are happy to be at this point in the process with you. As Mr. Kirkman said, we did receive unanimous approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission last month, but rewinding even prior to that, we've been working on this with your city staff for exactly a year now. We met with the city managers and the department heads in August of last year to let them know that we had assembled this acreage and that we wanted to bring it into the city with, a good chunk of housing, as you see we have done. And so we wanted to make sure we did that thoughtfully and intentionally, and that was something that the city felt like would be appropriate and that they could support. So, I really can't say enough about that process. Working with your staff, we had a great experience of about 4 to 6 months, I would say, where we worked with the planning staff, water resources, the fire chief, and of course the city managers and others to make sure that we could make this leap and grow in this scope and at this location in the way that we were proposing with this request. So we're very happy and grateful that process worked out as it did. And I'll say about that, I think the mentality that made this project make sense to me and my development team, and I think what the city staff recognized as well and has embraced, is that this is a mentality to go ahead and jump out to the fringe here in this growth, tier 1 growth area, and establish a critical mass of high quality development at a large scale. And that goes ahead and sets the services up out here. It makes us get that infrastructure and network in place so that now everything that comes after it can backfill as it goes back towards the existing corporate city limits, as opposed to waiting for the dominoes to go in order as you come out from the city and progress out to these farther reaches. So I think that's the mentality that sort of supports this strategy. And of course, when you look at the momentum and everything that's going on in this part of our city and the county right now, I really feel like, and I hope you'll agree, that this is the time to go ahead and strike while the iron is hot, get some housing out here in a big way to support all the economic development and employers that are looking at this area, not only looking at it, already building in it. As we all know, Publix just opened, the Amazon facility is here, the FedEx facility is here. So this is just a part of our city and a part of the county that is developing and needs housing for all those employees that are coming. And I think that this is a way that the city can participate in that need and that growth opportunity. So we're excited for that. If I could show the concept plan, please, that I submitted for this tonight. Thanks so much. So this is our concept plan rendering, if you will, showing how this would lay out. It is a sizable request. It spans both sides of McConnell Road. I realize you're looking at it horizontally side to side, but it's actually more of a north-south orientation, with the north being the left-hand side of your screen and the south being the right-hand side. So this would develop in multiple phases, of course, several sub-phases, but everything south of McConnell is phase 1. That would come on first. It would have its own standalone recreation and amenities. You see all the pocket parks and the green space. And of course, it's got townhomes, as you see, in the golden area, single family in the lighter cream area. And that's the only 2 uses proposed, as you've heard, on both sides. Once this builds out and is fully occupied, the development will shift to the north in the phase 2, which is north of McConnell Road, and same thing, townhomes, single family, all supported by its own recreation center with the pool and other amenities, the trails, the pocket parks, and it'll really function as sort of 2 separate neighborhoods here, but we wanted to bring it uniformly as one request. So it is an ask for 1,400 units all told between the townhomes and the attached single family. And we're excited that this is a good sizable offering to housing in the area and meeting that critical need that we have right now, not only in Greensboro and Guilford County, but in the Triad and certainly in Eastern Greensboro. We did reach out to the neighborhood. We sent a letter out that I know is in your packet, not only to the required notice range, but also we made some common sense adjustments to that to go out further and go ahead and encompass entire neighborhoods so that we weren't sending a letter to one neighbor, but not their neighbor across the street, just to make sure that everyone was notified that we felt like would hear about this and have an interest. And that yielded a lot of discussion. I received lots of phone calls and emails from interested parties and had a lot of good conversations with some neighbors out there. I know that this is a big change, and it is, putting something there that's not currently in the area. So I know you'll hear about that from some folks signed up to speak tonight. And we appreciate that and want to be respectful of it with our development. But we do feel like this, of course, is the age-old balancing act that you all are asked to consider so often in your capacity as council people. We feel like the benefits of this and the opportunities and all the boxes it checks for your comprehensive planning, your growth strategy goals, and your policies really make this a sound and reasonable request. At this time, I'll reserve future time for any questions or follow-up and comments. There was a lot of technical discussion at Planning and Zoning Commission, which I'm happy to get into at whatever level you all would like. But I do want to give a little bit of time to the principal of my client, Diamondback Investment, to say hello. We do have our engineers on, our traffic engineer and our engineering designer, but they're here only as needed if you guys have questions. Thank you.
So I'll wait for everybody to speak. Mayor, I have a question.
Okay. Mr.
Hi,
Tran?
yes, hi, it's Zach Tran. We office here at 701 Green Valley Road here in Greensboro. And I really just wanted to talk about the process as a whole. And, we work, across the state and a ton of other municipalities. And one of the things that we've been doing this for about a year with the city of Greensboro, and we really appreciated the clarity and the level of direction that we received from the staff and just any folks that we interacted with the city. And, it was refreshing, to be honest. And, we didn't always agree, but we got clarity, and it was good to always have something to work from. And we know that doesn't happen by mistake. And, we're very grateful that there is a council and a mayor in place that does provide that direction. And I just wanted to commend you guys for the service that you guys do. So regardless of the outcome this evening, I just wanted to give you that feedback on your staff and the overall leadership that I feel the city council and the mayor provides.
Thank you. Are there any other applicants that would like to speak at this time? Are there any council questions for the applicants? Mrs. Hightower?
Hi, good afternoon. How did you all address the traffic concerns? Because initially, I don't think the staff recommended this zoning because there was concerns around bridges and roads. So
Yes.
how are you all addressing that?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question. And this is the technical issue that was discussed at length at Planning and Zoning Commission. So I appreciate your question. I don't want to put words in Ms. Cockburn's mouth or GDOT, but my assessment of the situation was that, we did do a very comprehensive and thorough TIA, a traffic impact analysis, and it did identify some traffic exacerbations on the Rock Creek Road interchange. Stemming from our phase 2 development, which of course is at least 5 to 6 years down the road. And with that being an NCDOT and federal interchange out of the city's jurisdiction and difficult for us to do anything to without approval from those bodies, it was a difficult, how do we address that when we knew we were causing traffic impacts there, but we also knew it was NCDOT's jurisdiction, and they're also planning their own project for that interchange is the most important piece of information. So I think the trick was to line up that timing and make sure that NCDOT provided the reassurances to the city and to the GDOT staff to make sure that the city knew that this was a project that's on their plans. It's in their radar. They are pursuing it at every avenue and every opportunity with full vigor. And that's not just because of our development. That's because of everything else that's already happening out there. Like I was saying before, there's so much going on in this area. economic development wise, we cannot afford as a state, as a city, as a county to have that interchange fail or be at low functionality. So that's why NCDOT, was already all over this. And as soon as we started talking to them about it, they said, yep, here's our plan. Here's the designs. They shared those with us. Of course, GDOT already had those. So I think we had a good communication between all three of those parties to ensure that, NCDOT is the appropriate party to take on those improvements and will be doing so in a time frame that will dovetail to our phase 2 project before it further exacerbates that interchange.
Thank you. I appreciate the explanation. So as you talk about building on the fringe of this land, are you going to start further out and come in this property area, or how are you going to address, I guess, land concerns, runoff concerns, things of that nature?
Certainly. Yes, ma'am, certainly. So this will be phased. Of course, it'll start on that south side of McConnell that you saw on the right-hand side of your screen, closest to the American Express call center, if you're familiar with that on the map, and then progress closer to town from there. That being said, that one side of McConnell Road is probably 4 different phases that will go incrementally. It'll come in, with its own set of preliminary subdivision plans and plats for each phase, which of course means that at each of those levels of the development process, we have to go through the city's rigorous technical review process and meet all of the requirements for stormwater control, for making sure the turn lanes and offsite improvements that are required under the traffic study are done, to make sure that all the underlying zoning requirements are met, and that entire process that involves multiple departments with the city, as any TRC review would. So this, of course, is just the entitlement to ask for permission for the land use. And then as we go forward, we have many subsequent steps that the city is involved in making sure that we uphold all the rules and regulations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? Then let's move on to those in opposition. We have Janet Harrelson and Joanne Galden. I do see that Ms. Harrelson is signed on.
That's correct. Actually, I spoke at the planning and development meeting, so I would love to give Joanne Galden the opportunity. She did not get the opportunity to speak first, if that's possible.
Yes, you have a combined total of 15 minutes.
Between the two of us or everyone?
Between the two,
Oh, good.
for those in opposition, and right now you are the only 2 signed up in opposition.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Do I talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Joanne Andrews Galden. My address is 5155 McConnell Road, Whitsett, North Carolina. I am well into my years, and I have lived on this land my entire life. I chose to stay here and raise my children here because I enjoy the country and want them to enjoy it too. I enjoy it because of the peace and quiet, the wildlife, having space between me and my neighbors. With the further development will come more noise. Traffic is already bad with the development that is now below my house. Then when there is a traffic issue anywhere, I can't hear myself think inside my well-built brick home, and especially in my yard. Wildlife, I enjoy nature, the animals, and the trees. The wildlife will have nowhere to go. And the storms, by tearing the trees down, the storms are stronger because there is nothing naturally to break them up. The country won't be the country anymore. My home will be surrounded by new homes instead of fields that are farmed and wooded areas. I lease my land, but if the farmer that leases my land loses the ability to farm all the land, I will lose much needed income at this stage of my life. It would be highly unexpected. I will no longer enjoy the privacy that comes with living in the country. It is why I chose to stay here. If I had wanted to live in the city with close neighbors, noise, traffic, and extra expense, I would have moved there long years ago. I chose the country, but it is how I wanted my life and would like to continue to the day I die. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Okay, I just want to add some things for the benefit of Madam Mayor and City Council that I really brought up the last time, the concerns. And I'm Janet G. Harrelson, 5149 McConnell Road, Whitsett is my property. And so you can know a little bit about me. I was a young divorcee with a child. The father did not participate, but I was determined for my son to have a home, a place to call his own with space to just be a little boy and run out in his yard and safety and whatever, enjoyment. So I worked a full-time job and many times 2 jobs to be able to get a loan. Back then, women didn't get loans, much less a home loan, but I did it with a lot of determination. It took me years, but I did it. And I built my home on this family land. And we have enjoyed being there for many years. And my son's an adult now. And the nature, the wildlife, the peace, the quiet, although it has picked up because when they paved McConnell Road, that did increase the cut-through traffic. But it is just a 2-lane road from Mount Hope Church Road. Well, really even before that, but what we're talking about, from Mount Hope Church Road, there's a stop sign there. It's a stop sign at the other end of McConnell Road. And then Andrew Farm Road is like just a side road. It's a dead end that has a stop sign. There are no traffic lights. It's just a regular, like the guy said in another situation, a country road. So I am concerned that it's too much, too fast. It's a huge project, which was said. It's a total change to the landscape in many ways. What about the runoff? My mother has a stream, and I don't want to say and be incorrect, but for my growing up, it was a natural spring. So what happens to that? What happens to the wildlife, the peace, the quiet? Wildlife is crossing human paths because it has nowhere to go. To me, there needs to be still a balance between city and country. Some people want to live in the country. They want that kind of living, but I feel like, it's becoming kind of congested. And at the end of McConnell Road, where it meets Rock Creek Dairy, that's where all the commercial is. Mostly, there's a lot of residential down there too, but the commercial businesses that have come in like Amazon and FedEx, you can't even turn left or right at some times. You sit there 20 or so minutes and, trying to get to work can be a challenge, or just anywhere. And that's one of the largest topics on the Nextdoor app that people with what I participate in have conversation in, is the traffic in that area. You will get so many more participants in that, and people already know that, it's a challenge as it is. And you take over time, 1,400 houses, the average household is 2.49 according to the US Census in Guilford County. And every household has an average of 2 vehicles. How many vehicles? There could be more, there could be a little offset, but in general, how many people are trying to get down this 2-lane road? And I know there's been talk about the changes. And of course, we don't want the road widened. We like things like they are. I'm not saying come in and make a 6-lane highway and cut into our yards or something, to make this happen. We're just asking for it not to happen. It's just too much too quick. And to think of the noise and the air pollution, when they come in, a lot of this phase one, if I'm understanding correctly, that's more or less field. There is some forest, but it's a lot of field. But when they get on up around where my mom and I live and own property, we're going to be surrounded by wooded areas being cleared. Well, when they clear that much land, my experience has been, what I've observed is they come in, they create huge burn piles. We're all very sensitive to that. I mean, how much smoke are we going to breathe? And just the sawing and the hammering and, and the problem, not that in itself, but it's other places. If you ride up and down Highway 70, there are tracts of land, 100+ acres, that are right there with the infrastructure, either that could more easily be tied into what exists or be closer to it at least. And I just, again, can't emphasize enough, I think it's too much too quick between the traffic and the safety. Well, now all of a sudden you got these heavy duty dump trucks carrying debris in and out, potentially big equipment coming in to excavate the land. And then of course, losing the farming that's there. And, it's kind of a way, it is a way of life. You just enjoy, it feels good to see that and to enjoy that landscape and the beautiful sunset behind it and those kinds of things. Well, now all of a sudden that's going to change in a huge way. And, what about fire? What about rescue? What about police when it's, 1,400 homes or units expected? I just think that's an awful lot for that area for no more than what's there or could be there. And what would be the timeline to get the infrastructure in there, like the traffic? I mean, this is our day-to-day life, trying to get to where you need to be, and you sit and wait for your turn to turn out. Well, then there's a wreck, and then it's a holdup. But that is our everyday life, to deal with this, to deal with the hammering, the sawing, the nailing, the beating, the knocking. In other words, it's not quiet anymore. It's no peace anymore. And it's my understanding there's 660 units already between single family apartment and townhomes right around the Rock Creek area going in. So, what about the 660 units? And then with the bypass, it's easy to get from like Reedy Fork. They've added a bunch of new single family homes over there. It's right off of 29, hit the bypass and you can be right at Publix. Publix is, from my information, planned to be complete fourth quarter 2022. So how does that relate to this? And Amazon and FedEx is already there. So people in these homes, out of these 1,400 units, and I know it's going to be in phases, they're trying to get out on McConnell Road, get down to Rock Creek Dairy. That's the direction. It's just a stop sign to get to their employers. So there's just, to me, a lot more negatives than positives at this time. And it's like we're residents, and I'm truly surprised no one else is participating. I don't know why that is. That we're the ones that's got to live with it day in and day out. We've got to go through this process. And, then our country setting goes away. And in with it, when we say, okay, if this was to pass, we're going to annex. What does that mean for us? Eventually, are we annexed or is it forced annexed? Are we made to have water and city sewer? No offense, but if you want that, you live in the city or somewhere near the city. We chose to have our homes and properties in the county. We stayed there for a reason. I don't want my taxes to go up. I don't want city water. And has there been, it sounds like they did a traffic study, but was it unbiased? And was there an environmental impact study done or whatever kind of studies to make sure this isn't too much too quick? And that the negatives do outweigh the positives at this point in time. It's not like there are not other options. And there's also other vacant facilities I've noticed that people could come in and use for commercial or light industrial. It'd be easy to make them a warehouse. So I just implore the Madam Mayor and City Council members to not approve this, at least not at this time, because we just feel like the negatives outweigh the positives. And I'm sure I've left some things out, but one, I'm not used to speaking anymore in front of people, and then trying to condense everything to be within the time frame. But, you know, once again, it is different when it's your daily life that's affected. And now, you know, people work second shift, they work third, they're trying to sleep during the day. I did leave that out. And then what they're listening to is the beating and the knocking, and the concern too with safety. You know, who's living behind us? Will there be a buffer? Who's going to be walking through? Who's going to be crossing our property to get to that road because it was shorter than taking a sidewalk if there is one? And like I said, there's other things. I just, like I said, I tried to condense several pages down into this. So those are just concerns, and I just pray the council will take in consideration what we've said. And we thank you for your time and this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the opponents?
I'd be curious to know, Madam Mayor, how many people live out there besides this lady and I think her mother? How many other homes are out in that area that would be impacted? Do you know? The lady who spoke.
Oh, me, I couldn't tell you how many, but I mean, there's a number of people that have come out there and lived there their whole lives, up and down the road, Andrew Farms Road. And but it's also surrounded by a lot of wooded area. So even though you might have a neighbor, you still have space. Some of the houses, like years and years ago, there was, let's see, about 5 or 6 houses that were built close to each other, but that was really about it. Most people just grew up next door to their parents and decided to live there, like I did.
Did you all have community meetings, or did you meet with the developer and share your concerns? Was your concern
No, I'm
around?
gonna be honest with you. From listening tonight, I've never been in a public hearing, and I was telling my mother, I said, I feel really, in a way, like I didn't do enough. I didn't really know how it worked, and I worked so much and overwhelmed, I just didn't have a lot of time to investigate. I told her, I said, I should have at least listened to a public hearing somewhere to know. And I just really thought people would be like us and just join in. I guess that's sort of the difference in just country, but I could have gone to house to invite people to participate, or maybe tried to call them on the phone or something. I just thought they would. I don't think it indicates that people don't care or they're not bothered by it or concerned.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicants, or we can move to our 5-minute rebuttal?
And I'm sorry, I just wanted to say this. I know that doesn't really answer your question, but I could, take the time to count houses, but I won't do that.
That's fine. You answered.
The road is probably, not but a 3-mile road, McConnell Road from Mount Hope down to Rock Creek.
Thank you.
If it's even that much, it may be 2 miles. So thank you.
Thank you.
We will move on to our 5-minute rebuttal. Ms. Hodering?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have an aerial that I provided staff that might be useful just to answer Councilwoman Hightower's question, just to show kind of the development pattern. Right, thank you. So you can see the middle of your screen. This is pretty much the property. This is not a parceled map, but you can see the Amex facility there. The reserve at Rock Creek, that's the only adjacent, thank you. That's the only adjacent, platted subdivision, if you will. Everything else is, a more of a scattered residential pattern as you would typically see in this type of area. So just to the extent that that's helpful, I do want to, emphasize to Miss Harrelson and her mother, we have talked on the phone and she's got my contact information, and I'm we look forward to keeping those lines of communication open should this request be approved. And we want to be good neighbors, and we want to be respectful and sensitive to the folks who already live there when this starts developing. And so, we're happy to meet with them and discuss how we do that as with mitigating the impacts to them as best as possible, and making sure that there aren't any unintended consequences or shortcuts being taken by anybody that we bring out here that affects their property unnecessarily. Certainly, of course, this would not become a forced annexation or rezoning of their property. Obviously, that would never happen unless they also approach the city like we've done tonight and asked for that to happen. So I want to make that assurance to them on the record here that they'll be, allowed to continue in the county as long as they want to, and won't have to tap onto any water or sewer. This is a change, of course, but it is in keeping with your comprehensive plan for this area for residential. It does support the employment centers that are here and on the ground and continuing to come in this area. And your water and sewer is already here. So your infrastructure is there. This capitalizes on that investment, and the rest of the services that have been discussed have been evaluated by your experts and determined to be viable and in the best interest of the city, as indicated in all of your staff reports. And then I know we've talked about this, but I do want to emphasize as well that this does not happen overnight. This is a slow process. It's a 7 to 8 year build out at the portions nearest the speakers are in those last phases. So we've got a lot of time here to make sure we get this right, to make sure we're communicating, and to make sure that we can do everything possible, to be sensitive and respectful to our existing neighbors. And we look forward to doing that. Our TRC process that I talked about earlier does include wetlands delineation and an assurance with your water resources staff that we are meeting the pre and post runoff standards, so that we're not causing any stormwater runoff that negatively impacts the area from our development. So we look forward to working through those processes and making sure that the checks and balances of your development sequencing process are utilized and put to good use. I'll leave it at that and just answer any questions if there are any. Thank you.
And that would be questions from council members.
So Amanda, can you talk about a creek? Because the lady mentioned the creek. So is that going to be part of what you're, is that incorporated in the property or no? It's not.
Yeah, from what I see on our plans, I do see where a creek, extends from our property and would touch hers as the adjacent. So, certainly we will have to evaluate all of that. And when we do, that will tell us, whether it's a stream that's intermittent or perennial that we have to protect under all the requirements that are, not optional for us, and that will be enforced and regulated by both the city and the state. So yes, those will get delineated and protected and platted accordingly and evaluated by our engineers and your staff and your engineers.
Okay.
At this point, we will move on to the 5-minute rebuttal period for our opponents.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, my mother would like to speak, Joanne Galden.
Yes, the attorney that just spoke about what was what. I'd like a copy of what she said.
Okay. I'm sure that she would be happy to communicate with you.
Okay, thank you. What I'd like to know is, should this be approved on some level, what would be a start date?
It would have to go through a series, would have to go through our technical review committee and other things. I don't know that there is a hard start date. It
Okay.
depends on the permitting process. Mr. Tran, do you have a projected start date?
No, we currently don't. We want to do it deliberately and intentionally so that we get it done correctly with the staff. So it'll move at the pace it moves at. And, we'll certainly do it when it's feasible.
Thank you. And I think it's important to know that the TRC is the Technical Review Committee and that they will be reviewing things like traffic and water and sewer and other issues that will affect this property and those immediately surrounding it.
Yeah, and I think that goes back to a lot back to this is our first time in a process like this. So we aren't even sure, this is like unnavigated or uncharted territory for us. We get the letter and we're trying to participate. And I have reached out to their attorney. But I guess I would be surprised that she's who would tell me I'm not going to be annexed. And that's nothing against anybody. That sounds so strong, but I would think, why would she tell me I'm not going to be annexed? Why wouldn't the city say you're not going to be annexed?
Well, you're not up for annexation at this part. You're not part of the rezoning or the annexation.
Right. I guess it's just an old whatever where like if this happens, well, somehow they, bring you in too and no offense to the city. I was just curious.
No.
If we can reassure you, the state law was changed, I guess now about 10 years ago, that cities, so that the only way to be annexed into a city is if you request it. So say, where we get requests for folks that have lived for a long time out in the county, say the well fails or there's a septic tank issue and they need to get on city services, they'll petition us to be on there. But the state has taken away any cities in the state of North Carolina's powers to just go out and annex at will. So if you come in to the city of Greensboro, it's because you'd like to be there.
Okay, I really appreciate that explanation. Thank you. And another thing that I brought up in the planning hearing was that the Timmons Group, who were surveyors, we contacted them. Mostly I spoke on behalf of my mom because she has more land at stake in this than I do, was how they infringed upon her coming on her land, driving on it, walking on it. And so that—
No, I appreciate those comments, but we really have to focus on land use and what those land use issues are.
Okay, that's fine. I didn't know if that was, part of the land use, like saying what are the barriers going to be or what keeps someone from infringing. Will there be buffers? If there are buffers, what will they be? Like trees or a wall or?
Mayor, can they address that? Because I didn't hear a lot around that myself.
So it is residential up against residential, I believe. Mr. Kirkman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. So when you have single family residential against single family residential, there is no required minimum buffer requirements or tree conservation requirements. For the townhome portions of the property, they would be required to do a type C buffer, which is a 15-foot wide buffer, and there will be some tree conservation requirements with that.
Okay, thank you for that. You want to ask questions or rebuttal? Yeah. Okay.
What did I want to ask you?
Do you have any questions or rebuttal, meaning further?
Well, I don't want to sit in.
Well, right. Okay. I was just making sure my mother didn't have more questions. She's just saying, she likes her country setting and would like to remain in the county/country. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the opposition? May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mrs. Johnson. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
That passes 8-0. I do have one question, and I believe Ms. Cockburn can help us. It's regarding the traffic and what discussions have been had in the last month regarding traffic and road improvements.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to provide an overview of the analysis and the further conversations that have yielded some additional recommendations that have been included in the updated analysis, and our continued commitment to work with NCDOT to make the necessary improvements at the interchange, which is impactful to not only this project, but many others that are under construction today or in the planning stage. So I'm not sure if everybody can see this, but this is the traffic analysis that was submitted. It's pretty big. It looked at more than 14 intersections, both existing and planned. And in the recommendations that are included here are not only to improve McConnell Road with left turn lanes, it also includes new traffic signalization at Rock Creek Dairy, McConnell, and Judge Adams. There's additional phase 2 requirements, including the construction of some additional ramps at the interchange that will help relieve some of the pressure at the interchange operationally as we await the further construction of that project. NCDOT has looked at this. It is already in the TIP, which is the Transportation Improvement Program that the state produces, that includes all of the projects all over North Carolina, and are looking for ways to advance the construction of this project in order to better address the anticipated impacts. I'm happy to answer any additional questions that you may have.
I'm sorry. No, thank you. That's very helpful. Any other questions for staff? In that case, is there a motion on?
I did have one other question for Hannah.
Okay.
Hannah, who's putting in all those improvements that you referenced? NCDOT, have they committed to that?
The improvements that are referenced in the TIA are to be constructed by the development team.
Okay.
That includes the additional signalization and the improvements in the roadway itself, in addition to the additional space at the ramp of the interchange with I-40/85. The interchange improvement that is anticipated to be constructed by NCDOT is a much larger project that will include a new bridge structure and improve all of the legs of that interchange.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. That
Thank you. So do I have a motion? Motion number F7 would be for the annexation.
move the item, Mayor.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Hightower and seconded by Mrs. Thurm. We do have to confirm it verbally. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. The next item, which is F.8, which is the larger part of the rezoning, and that requires a statement of consistency.
So moved. Yeah.
Second. Ms. Hoffman move it?
Yes, moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. Mrs. Hoffman, could you read it into the record?
Yes. Item F8 5144ZZ 5119 5121 5200 McConnell Road, 1360 Village Road, and 1801 Andrews Farm Road. Consistency statement by City Council. The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to recommend approval of the original zoning request for the property described as 5144ZZ 5199 5121 5164 and 5200 McConnell Road, 1360 Village Road, and 1801 Andrews Farm Road from County AG and County RS 30 to City PUD to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map, proposed PUD zoning district as condition permits uses which fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the surrounding area. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Thank you. So we do have a motion and a second.
Mayor, I can't vote. I can only do verbal. This is what my iPad looks like.
Okay, well, we're going to have to do it, confirm verbally anyway. So I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes. Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. And then we have our final item, which is F.9, which also requires a statement of consistency.
Move the item.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. Mrs. Thurm, could you read it into the record?
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to recommend approval of the zoning request for the properties described as 1812-ZZ Andrews Farm Road from County LI Light Industrial to City LI Light Industrial to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed LI zoning district permits uses which fit the context of the surrounding area, and the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Thank you. If you can vote, please do so. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. Thank you. We now move to item number F10, which is a public hearing for ordinance for rezoning located at 3205 to 3211 West Friendly Avenue, Mark Isaacson for WBY4 Inc. We do have speakers both in favor and in opposition. Mr. Kirkman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. The request is for several properties located at the intersection of West Friendly Avenue and West Avondale Road to go from R3 residential single family to PUD plan unit development. Zoning north of the request is commercial high, CH. East of the request is a combination of commercial high, CH, and R3 residential single family, and south and west of the subject site is R3. The subject properties currently contain a single family dwelling and undeveloped land. North of the request is a shopping center. East of the request is another portion of the shopping center, as well as single family dwellings. South and west of the request are single-family dwellings. This property is currently designated as low residential on the future land use map of the adopted Friendly Area Avenue Plan. And as part of this request, there is a request to change that designation to moderate residential. It is also designated as urban general on the future built form map of the comprehensive plan. These are the conditions that were submitted as part of this application and advertised as part of the hearing. Staff has concluded that the rezoning request does support the comprehensive plan's creating great places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices, and the building community connections goal to maintain stable, attractive, and healthy places to live and raise families. That the proposed PUD zoning does allow expanded residential uses along a major thoroughfare and does include conditions to limit potential impacts and aid with compatibility with adjacent uses, and staff is recommending approval of the request. This item was heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission at their July 19th meeting, was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission. There were 3 speakers in favor and 5 speakers in opposition at that meeting. I'll be happy to answer some questions.
Any questions for Mr. Kirkman? Then we will move on to our applicants. I have Mark Isaacson, Will Yearns, Dion Brown, Chuck Truby, and Gary Pippin. Mr. Isaacson?
You're muted, Mark.
You're on mute. I thought we'd get through the meeting.
I wanted to make sure you were able to say that. It's
Yes.
the phrase of 2021, I guess.
Yes, it is.
Well, good evening. I was saying, can you hear me all right? So I hope now you can.
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to present this project to you. Mike, as I'm introducing this, if you could cue up slide 2, we've already seen the conditions. I'm here this evening on behalf of Will Yearns and Granville Homes. They are the contract purchaser of this property. And along with, I'm representing the members of the Henry Profinius family as the owners. The purpose of our application is to obtain approval to develop this approximately 2-acre property for high quality townhomes for sale. Granville Homes has built several high quality communities in our area for many years, including the Devonshire townhomes on Lawndale. So moving on to this slide, this is a vicinity map and an aerial photograph showing the location of the site. Specifically, there is a mix of uses across the street at Friendly Shopping Center, a large regional center, as we all know, including a drive-through restaurant, a grocery store, a bank, and several other retail and other mix of uses at Friendly Center. Mr. and Mrs. Profinius bought this property in 1946, and obviously a lot has changed in this area since then. We recognize that there are concerns in the areas behind this property about certain issues, but this aerial photo, I believe, shows that this area is certainly in transition. Next slide, Mike. This is the Friendly Avenue Area Plan Future Land Use Map. And wanted to call your attention to the crosshatched area. That's our site, property number 6. And in the legend there on the bottom left, you'll see that this indicates in this Friendly Avenue Corridor Plan that this particular area is designated as an area of transition. And so this plan, as council may know, was the result of several months of study and participation by the planning staff and others, along with many of the property owners in this area. And so this was clearly designated as an area in transition when this plan was produced and then adopted by council. We have taken certain steps, as you'll see, to ensure that the project maintains a residential feel, including adjusting the design of the townhomes at the southern part of the property. And we would submit that this project would make the highest and best use of this transitional area. Next slide, Mike. This is submitted for illustrative purposes, but it is a preliminary site plan that's been prepared by our civil engineer, Chuck Truby, who is on the line with us. This shows that I think and would submit that Mr. Yearns has very thoughtfully laid out this property and this project for the dwellings to take into account the configuration of the property. First of all, you sort of take the land as you find it. And there's a long stretch of this property along Friendly Avenue, a very busy thoroughfare, as council can appreciate. The townhomes facing Friendly will be 3 stories. We'll have entrances on both Friendly Avenue for pedestrian access only, no curb cuts. And we'll have entrances and garages, driveways that is, on the southern side of those dwelling units. Then on the other side of the access drive, you'll see that those are more standard, more conventional duplexes that have been turned sideways so that access and impact are limited, and that the impact on the adjoining single-family homes that will abut this property, protected by a buffer, of course, will have mitigated the impact on those properties to the south. So if this property were developed, as council knows, for single-family detached dwellings, no buffer will be required, but we are certainly going to install and maintain a healthy vegetative buffer. And then next slide, please, Mike. This is submitted also for illustrative purposes. These are the units that would face Friendly Avenue. And we think that they're unique. These were created by an architect in Cary, North Carolina. The town of Cary approved this similar project and has, I would submit, very rigorous standards for this type of development, and it met their standards and requirements. So these are the units that would face Friendly Avenue, as I showed you on the illustrative site plan. Then the next slide shows you the duplexes that would be on the back of the property. And these are to take into account the topography and how it slopes from Friendly Avenue toward the south, and to make these more in line with the single-family detached homes that are abutting it to the south. And so I would submit to council that this has been very intentionally and thoughtfully laid out by the architect and by our civil engineer to take into account the configuration of the property as well as other factors. Next slide, please, Mike. When we met, we've had several meetings and communications with folks in the area, and one of the issues that we heard about as a priority is water runoff. And this is a drainage basin map that our engineer and Mr. Yearns prepared, and it shows in green the site that we're discussing this evening. But this is about 285 acres in this drainage basin that utilize the culverts and the other drainage features that were created and installed years ago when this area was developed and when Friendly Avenue was being widened. Mr. Yearns has agreed after several discussions with folks in the area, and I believe you all received an email this morning about this. We've reached an understanding about a few items that were of concern to folks in the area, primarily this water runoff. And so Mr. Yearns has agreed at his additional expense to install a much larger underground stormwater detention system that our civil engineer, Mr. Truby, is designing to capture not only the water runoff from his property, from this property, but will accommodate water runoff from other properties in the area. But we would acknowledge that that's not a fix for this issue, that it's probably the subject of a larger review by the city staff. So that is that's an issue that we heard about quite a bit. We also heard about some other concerns. Traffic was a concern, and we have a traffic impact study. Ms. Brown, Dion Brown from the Davenport firm, is on the line with us. That traffic impact study, which was, I believe, included in the report, showed very minimal impact for this particular small development on Friendly Avenue as compared to the transportation system in the area and the larger traffic that you see on Friendly Avenue and through the side streets here. So we have agreed to work with GDOT and neighbors in designing our project. That's not a zoning condition we can add necessarily, but we've just reached an understanding, and after several communications, to continue to communicate and work together to try to address any traffic concerns. In addition, we have discussed a neighborhood liaison position so that we can continue to communicate officially with folks in the area and listen to their concerns and try to respond. I think our track record of communication, though, speaks for itself, and I believe you received something this morning to that effect. So, in summary, I would submit to council that this request meets or exceeds several principles set forth in the city's 2040 comprehensive plan, which in goal A states that we should encourage higher density, mixed use, walkable infill development, and should bring world-class development to transform underutilized sites. This proposal does just that. The city has made major investments in the infrastructure on Friendly Avenue and in this area in general. This infill project takes advantage of those investments in infrastructure and delivers a return, in a manner of speaking, to the city in terms of high quality housing to meet the tremendous demand we are now experiencing in Greensboro. Becoming car optional is another key goal of the plan. At this signalized intersection, this will provide excellent access across the street to a major retail and office center. This area is designated as in transition on the Friendly Avenue corridor plan. That indicates a likelihood of higher density where it locally and logically belongs, on a major thoroughfare at a signalized intersection across from a major retail center. And I would also submit to council that there are similar townhome developments all along our major thoroughfares in Greensboro, including just down the street from here at Friendly West Townhomes, that this is a well-established pattern of development in our city that has worked well for many decades. And with that, I would like to thank the council for your time and attention and submit this for your approval. I know Mr. Yearns is on the line. Would ask how much time we have left.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am. We have 4 minutes and 17 seconds.
Thank you.
Mr. Yearns just wanted to make a comment about his discussions and meetings with neighbors in the area. If you'll allow him a couple of minutes, please.
Hello, council members. My name is Will Yearns, 532 Hillwood Court, Greensboro 27410. Thank you all for your time tonight. We spent a lot of time talking to the surrounding neighbors and hearing their concerns of the traffic and the water runoff. And I think, you know, we, as Mark said, we're going to continue to work with them on the traffic, you know, and listen to what they say. And the liaison position is going to kind of force the communication with the community and the residents living in the townhomes, because that's going to be written into the HOA covenant. And the increase in the capacity for the stormwater, I think is going to help a lot. And I hope this project has shined a very bright light on the issues in this neighborhood that's already facing without this project. So I'll answer any questions y'all might have, and I think they're and Chuck Truby and Dion are available for questions as well.
Council, any questions before we move to the opposition? Okay, if we would then move on to the opposition, we do have 3 people signed up: Valerie Daniels, True Campbell, and Michael Curtis. You can speak in any order you please for a total of 15 minutes.
nobody else starts, I will start. I'm not sure I'm very good with this technology. And I'm starting my video, I think. So what I see, having lived in this neighborhood for a long time, is that we have severe water runoff problems. And then we have this development, which is close to Edgewater, where we've had lots of flooding. And the flooding is, a problem. And flooding in this area, other areas of Greensboro is a big problem. So I appreciate the containment tanks, and I appreciate a lot of the other thoughtful things that have gone into this, but I doubt that it's adequate for changing climate conditions. So particularly since this is being built along a creek. So I wonder if we have 2 hurricanes, would this containment tank take care of the problem? Is this, have we considered what's really going on with the climate, throughout the country and throughout the world, and all the floodings going on? And when this happens, the developer, who's I'm sure done the best job he can for this area, if it's to go forward this way, if this goes forward, and if it doesn't work, and there's flooding that's a problem for people who are on Edgewater and people who are on, in this area generally, and nobody down as far as East Avondale, where we are, got notices from the city, as far as I know, about this one. I don't think you should vote on this until you're satisfied that this is not only good enough for 1950 and 2000, but it's good enough for today, and both for the residents and for the conditions. And if it's not, who's holding the bag? The homeowners are holding the bag. Part of what we heard at the community meeting, which was very nicely set up, was, well, a lot of this would be the homeowners association problem, but a lot of these problems are gigantic problems, as we're seeing all over the world. They're not problems that this homeowners association alone is going to be able to deal with. And I don't think the city I'm not sure we have an infrastructure now to deal with flooding already, like we've recently had. And so if we haven't done that, then is it safe to add more impervious surfaces along a creek and say, well, the containment tanks will take care of it? Thank you very much. And thanks for the efforts and thoughts you've obviously everybody's put into this.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Do we have our next speaker?
I'll say a word or two. My name's Valerie, and I can't get my video on the host. There you go. Hello. I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you to Mr. Yearns. I was one of a handful of people that were able to speak with him, and we are very happy with the agreement that we came to in terms of 2 items, and that was in the memorandum of understanding. And one was that the water retention system would go to that 25-year storm drainage, and also the liaison, which was very important to us. I did want to mention, Mr. Isaacson said something about traffic, and I just wanted to make it clear that Mr. Yearns explained that a lot of the options for traffic were not within his power, but within the power of the city. So I'm here just to be on the record and ask the city to please keep looking at us, please keep shining that light on us, as Mr. Yearns said, in regard to this cut through traffic. You're going to have another development coming in on the other end of us. I'm not sure the timeline of that, but this is a cut through street with a light, with a lot of young children and new young families coming in. And at any rate, I appreciate your time, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. True Campbell,
Might have gone to bed.
Yeah.
Oh, no, she's not. I see her name on there.
Yeah, no, I see her on the call. We'll just give her a second.
Hey, I actually have nothing to add to the conversation at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the opponents? Okay, then we'll go into our rebuttal. Mr. Isaacson?
Just very briefly to say that, as you heard, the property will be managed by a homeowners association. It will be responsible under city ordinances to provide for inspections and review of the stormwater control device and any other common elements that the city usually reviews or inspects from time to time. And otherwise, we appreciate the cooperation of the folks in the area, and we hopefully will look forward to an exciting and novel, I'd say fairly novel project for this area of the city. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Isaacson. Anyone else? Okay, we will move to 5-minute rebuttal for the opponents. So if I could, it doesn't appear that they're.
I'm trying to get on, but.
Oh, okay. Mr. Curtis?
Yes, let's see. I have to. And unmute myself. Have I done that?
Yes, you have.
Good.
Okay. I want to know, with reference to this 25-year flood thing that we're taking care of, when was that 25-year flood plan established? I can remember coming to Greensboro and this beautiful area off Latham Park. It was having 50-year floods with some regularity, as I recall. That may not be completely accurate, but when was this plan developed? And how much thought was put into what we're seeing all over the world, all over Europe, all over the United States, and so on, in terms of catastrophic climate change?
And I think we'll probably have that discussion, and Mr. Borchers, who is on the line, can address that concern. Are there other concerns at this point?
Madam Mayor, this is Gary Pippin. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'm not quite sure how you introduced me at what level, for or against, but we've lived here over 23 years, just a couple of houses down, and Mr. Perfini as well. I haven't spoken to any of the group. My wife's home 24/7 caring for her father, so I'm sure they reached out to a lot of people. But my concern, we've had this issue come up a couple of years ago, is if you're going to do that, there's allow this. There's only two more houses, 3 houses down to Green Valley. Why don't the city go ahead and allow this to happen all the way down? I mean, if they build this, we're concerned about the runoff and the water. What's that going to leave for the last 3 of us still standing here on Friendly? Just no opportunity for future. We will have no value for the homes then. So if we're going to go ahead and do this, which, you know, I know times are changing. I know this is a great area for the future of Greensboro. And I'm not against it by no means, but I wish you guys would go ahead and consider, if we're going to go this far to get all these approvals, it's a lot of time consuming, and you guys having all these meetings is from one light to the other. Go ahead and do it in one shot. So that allows the other 3 of us that sit on Friendly Avenue to go ahead and realize the fact that things are changing. It's not the way it used to be, and go on and make plans to get out of the area. So again, we don't have the sources and incomes to bring in big attorneys and make all these nice, beautiful presentations. You know, that we don't have those resources to do it, but sometimes You just have to use common sense. And from what we're talking about today, adding these homes or whatever on Mr. Perfinius's property, you only have 3 properties left, and you might as well go ahead and, I don't know what the process is, but none of the 3 remaining houses have the financial resources to hire these big firms to come in and do pretty presentations and show you. You guys know what the value of the property is and what it means tax value. Is do the right thing and go ahead and include the rest of the properties down to the Women's League at Green Valley.
So, Mr. Pippin, I can have the city attorney address that, but we can't do that this evening because
I
the
understand. I
zoning.
understand.
Okay, so, I would say that maybe you and your neighbors should talk to the planning department and see what your options are. But, this evening we have to consider the rezoning that's in front of us.
Absolutely. And all that we were looking for is maybe some kind of guidance. And that statement you just made gives us some indication of what we need to do. And I assume we better do it rather quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the opponents? Then can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Move to close the public hearing.
Madam Mayor, before we actually close it, I did have a question around the condition. Did any other condition get added? I heard them talking, it kind of went through the screen fairly quickly.
So there was a memorandum of understanding that was reached between the developer and some of the neighbors who were leading the discussion. Mr. Isaacson, Sharon, do you want to hear them?
Yes, yeah. I read the email that came over from, I think, 4 neighbors sent an email, but I didn't know if it got incorporated in conditions or what.
Right. Well, I can address that, and then you're welcome to ask staff as well. But we reached a memorandum, what's called a memorandum of understanding. I'm sure council is familiar with the concept, because some of the issues that were brought up just are not suitable to be included as zoning conditions as part of the city ordinance. So they were more appropriate, once we reached this understanding, to incorporate into a written, signed memorandum of understanding. Now, we acknowledged when that was signed that these 4, I would call them leaders in the area, could not bind legally or represent even all of the property owners in the area. They were speaking for themselves primarily, but also, as council may know, one of the signatories who sent the email this morning conducted an online poll. And so based on that, we understood what the priority issues were from the, let's call them the neighbors in general, but specifically these 4, and Mr. Urans crystallized those issues down to a memorandum of understanding, which is signed and now has been delivered to all of the parties and will be binding on into the future.
But not part of the zoning piece, but binding between they and Mr. Urans.
Correct. They really weren't suitable, and we checked with the planning staff on this, and just having worked with the staff and the city attorney's office, sort of know what is appropriate to be included in zoning conditions and what may be appropriate to be included in a private agreement among private property owners.
Interesting. Thank you for that. Thank you, Ms. Isaacson. Thank you.
Thank you. So we do have a motion to close the public hearing from Mrs. Johnson, and I believe it was seconded by Mrs. Thurm. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Thank you. So we do have item number F10. I do want to thank the neighbors for all of the meetings that they conducted, the online survey, for working with the attorney and with the developer. I know Mrs. Hoffman and I had a few meetings with the neighborhood as well. And we have made a commitment to continue to look at the traffic issues and the stormwater issues. I know that Mr. Trubian and Mike Borchers from our staff are on the line to talk about stormwater. While this won't solve the problem of what's going on, it won't add to the problem. I think that it was good to be able to go up to the larger underground stormwater detention device. I was not aware that it was used so often around the city. And as a matter of fact, it is used at the Coliseum, and it's under the parking lot at the Coliseum, and that retains an awful lot of water. The homeowners association will be responsible for the maintenance of that, and the city will inspect it annually to make sure that it is behaving in the manner of which it was. My commitment to the neighborhood is that we will continue to work with stormwater and do the engineering studies on what we can do to impact the stormwater that is already existing. As council knows, last year we bought a house on Avondale because of the repetitive flooding. And at this point, I know that stormwater is looking at how they can use that property as maybe another underground stormwater detention, and then it will be looked at by the Parks Department to see what we can do to enhance the neighborhood. But, I can speak for myself that while this zoning may end this evening, the discussions and the relationship with the neighbors hasn't.
Mayor, since you bought that, we bought that house, are we setting ourselves up to have to buy more by building this?
Well, so that was a house that was flooding repetitively. And that was the first house that we bought on this plan that was developed last year. But there aren't other houses that we're planning to buy in that neighborhood at this point. But that property could also be used for the stormwater control device, the underground stormwater control device. So it would continue to enhance the neighborhood. I don't think that would be appropriate for like a stormwater detention pond, because that wouldn't necessarily be attractive to the neighborhood, and it would attract mosquitoes. So I think Water Resources right now is looking for other ways to handle that stormwater runoff.
Sharon, just to speak to your question as well, this project or this development is not going to add to the stormwater situation because they're building their own retention pond. So if anything, it will be helpful as opposed to be a negative. But let me just take this opportunity to say a couple of things as well. I commend this neighborhood. They were strong and creative advocates for their neighborhood and their community. And we have a young developer who's creative and thoughtful and very open to the discussions and the meetings and the time that was spent with members of the neighborhood. We had an outdoor meeting. We probably had, I guess, 50 or 60 people there. We had earlier, several weeks before, had a Zoom meeting with a significant number of people. The mayor and I had another meeting with members of the neighborhood. So what we see tonight is the result of a lot of discussion, and I think a project that's very thoughtfully and creatively designed. This really is my neighborhood. I'm 3 blocks away. I can walk from my house to where these homes are going to be in 5 minutes down Friendly Avenue. So, and I live in the 48 hometown community, again, 3 blocks away, that has been really beautifully integrated into that entire neighborhood area for the last 30, 35 years. So, as the mayor has indicated, we are aware of both the stormwater issues, and that's a city responsibility that we are dealing with. And we are now aware of the traffic situation and conditions, and we are committed to also dealing with that as well. So I think we've come to a very good outcome this evening.
Thank you. Are there any other comments, Mr. Outling?
Thank you. On the traffic related point, I spoke with a number of neighbors who I think underscore a really important issue for us to address as a city, even beyond this application. Specifically, as Mr. Isaacson indicated, the traffic study reflects that this proposed development won't significantly or materially increase traffic in the area. However, I think it's important for the city to develop a framework to look at individual applications may not materially increase traffic in an area, but when looked at over time and you have several different applications, those little increases obviously can add up. And I think this was kind of underscored in a zoning matter earlier tonight. I know there was a zoning matter on Elm Street where this was an issue. And so along with the requests of the planning staff, I would ask that transportation and planning develop a plan for how city council and the city more generally should evaluate those things. Because obviously on an individual zoning application level, you can't deny a zoning application on that basis where they're not creating materially more traffic, but it's something that as a city we have to be mindful of and address. Based on my conversations with Sue Swartz in planning, there's not an answer right now, at least from a planning perspective. So I would ask that along with the information that hopefully planning will provide to us at our next meeting, the planning department coordinates with the transportation department and gives council guidance and really the community guidance on how that should be considered, evaluated, and planned for.
Thank you. Mrs. Thurm?
Yeah, I think right in line with that, several weeks ago, I asked about to have a work session with speed humps, speed control in neighborhoods, et cetera. And I really see that along with the points Justin raised, kind of go together and marry together for a more comprehensive approach to traffic and impact development has on traffic and driving patterns, et cetera. So it would be great if we could combine all of that into a work session and deal with both those issues, or at least start to deal with both those issues at the same time.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, if you could see, Mr. City Manager, if you could see about getting that on the schedule.
Yeah,
Thank
Madam
you.
Mayor, I had sent an email over a couple of weeks ago about a work session as well, because I wanted to hear more about what High Point had done. So maybe we can combine that into this information. Because I didn't get a response back on it. So if we can follow up and incorporate that information as well.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
So do we have a motion on item F10?
Move the item, please.
Second.
So it was moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Mrs. Johnson. Mrs. Hoffman, can you read the statement of consistency?
Yes, the Green Forest City Council believes that its actions to recommend approval of the zoning request for the property described as 3205, 3211 West Friendly Avenue from R3 residential single family to PUD planned unit development to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan, considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. Post PUD zoning district as conditioned permits uses which fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the surrounding area. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner the surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Thank you. If I believe the vote is up, I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson,
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader,
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower,
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
and Dr. Wells.
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. I again want to thank the neighborhood and the developer for, working hand in hand to come up with a solution that is palatable for both. I think this is really a model on what future rezonings should look like. We have an inventory issue. Today's meetings, we have approved over 1,600 homes, which I think is really important. If you look at, what's available on MLS, it's about a 20-day supply, 20-day inventory. We are really looking for places to live, affordable diversity of housing. And all of these are going to be infill discussions. And these are the really difficult discussions to have and to try to find a good solution for the neighbors and for the developer. So I want to say thank you to all the neighbors for the hard work that you did. The infill is really what we're going to see more of, and these are more difficult discussions to have.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for your support.
Ms. Abuzawader?
I just wanted to thank everyone, but I wanted to clarify something that was said earlier that, I know that moving forward with the work session on transportation and planning and all that will be great, but I didn't want people to go away with the idea that they don't already work together. I'm chair of the Metro MPO TAC, the Transportation Advisory Committee, and staff does a great job of working with planning and studying all of the impacts that happen. So I just didn't want people to walk away and think that they never work together. They work together all the time. So I just wanted to make that perfectly clear. And I agree we should still do a work session on a lot of it.
And I do know that staff has been in conversation with NCDOT about the Pembroke intersection that is on a CIP. And what is it that we can do to expedite that, which will also help the neighbors. So you're right that there is a lot of conversation going on between planning and GDOT.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Our next item is item F.11, and it's a long one. Public hearing for the adoption of an amendment to the Land Development Ordinance amending sections 30-1-11 annexation, 30-1-12 transitional provisions, 30-3-1.5 extraterritorial representation, 30-3-4.1 authority and establishment, 30-3-6.1 authority and establishment, 30-3-7.1 authority and establishment, 30-3-8.1 authority and establishment, 30-3-9.1 authority and establishment, 30-3-9.5 powers and duties, 30-3-14.1 authority, 30-4-1.4 notice, 30-4-4.6 waiver of procedure, 30-4-25 site-specific development plans, 30-4-27.1 applicability, 30-5-4.3 available remedies, 30-13-2.2 dedication of right-of-way, 30-13-6 sites for public use, 30-15-6 terms beginning with E, 30-15-7 terms beginning with F, 30-15-22 terms beginning with Y and Z of the Land Development Ordinance to revise cross-section references in accordance with NCGS 160D. We don't have any speakers on this item, but perhaps somebody from planning, I don't know if it's Mr. Galante or Mr. Kirkman, could explain exactly what this means for the people listening.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Steve Galante here with the Planning Department. Mike Kirkman is going to be operating my PowerPoint presentation. Mike, if you would go on to the next slide, please. In the general statutes, the authority for municipalities to do planning, zoning, and subdivision was located in Chapter 160A, and then the provisions that related to the counties being able to do planning, zoning, and subdivision was in Chapter 153A. Next slide, please. In 2019 and 2020, the General Assembly actually went through a process and a procedure where they consolidated the city and county statutes, made them similar, and created a new chapter 160D. This new organization of the general statutes led to a more logical and coherent organization for both cities and counties. Next slide, please. This text amendment will update the cross-references in our land development ordinance. If the cross-reference was in 160A and is now located in 160D, we need to make that change in our land development ordinance. But I do want to assure you that these changes are only for the cross-references. It does not make any policy changes, and it does not modify the scope or authority of any boards or commissions. It's just an update to the cross-references. Next slide, please. This text amendment was reviewed by our zoning commission in July, and they recommend approval on a vote of 7-0. Next slide. Tonight is the public hearing for this text amendment. We request that you hold the public hearing and consider adoption of the text amendment. That concludes the presentation. If there are any questions, I can handle those at this time.
Thank you. That was a great explanation. I appreciate it. And I like the logical and coherent phrase that you used. So thank you for that. If there are no questions, is there a motion to accept those changes?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. Dr. Wells, do you have a question? No? Okay. We'll wait for that to come up. In the meantime, I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. Items number F12 through F17 have been continued. Item number F-18 is a public hearing for a resolution authorizing an economic development incentive to Procter & Gamble Manufacturing Company in the amount not to exceed $1,842,247.
Move the item.
So what exactly is this?
I do think we should have a presentation, especially for people watching.
Okay.
Mr. City Manager, would you like to introduce this?
So Marshall Yandel, who is the manager for economic development for the city, is on the Zoom and will be giving a short presentation. And then, of course, we're joined by Brent Christensen and Marvin Price of the Greensboro Chamber. Marshall.
Thank you. Let me pull up, share my screen real quick.
And we're having background noise from somebody. If you could mute your screen if you're not speaking.
So this is an incentive request, the economic development incentive request for Procter & Gamble Manufacturing Company. The staff agenda and resolution, I think spells out everything pretty well, but I've made a quick PowerPoint to hit the highlights of it. I think everyone knows Procter & Gamble Corporation. They have two facilities here in Guilford County employing 1,250 people. One site in the Brown Summit area and the other site on Swing Road located off of West Market Street, which is the site where they're considering an expansion. This potential expansion would increase their manufacturing capacity of some of their personal healthcare products. It would result in an investment of $110 million and 46 new jobs over a 5-year period. The average wage of those jobs being $62,609, and none of those jobs would pay below $15 an hour. The company is requesting the 5-year incentive in the amount of $1,842,247. And the city has also been invited to apply for NC Department of Commerce Building Reuse Grant of $450,000. This is just a simple slide to demonstrate how the project meets the incentive guidelines created. Minimum 25 jobs and minimum $7 million in investment. They also are above the average wage of the county average wage and the North Carolina industrial average wage for this project. Staff recommends council consider this request to authorize these incentives. You'll notice in the resolutions, the grant will be paid over 5 consecutive years. The 46 new jobs above the existing employment level will be retained through the end of that installment period. The construction portion of the project will adhere to the city's MWBE program plan. These new jobs would also be posted on our local workforce development board, and they would be required to have job fairs. We also, so I'm here to answer any questions that you may have about it. We also have, as Chris said, we have Mr. Marvin Price and Mr. Brent Christensen from the Greensboro Chamber here in support of this project. And also locally from the P&G site off Swing Road, Mr. Dan Pellegrino and Josh Sheldine. So if anybody has any questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
So I have a question, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Does this, so the incentive hits pretty much all the marks that I've been real concerned about. But the one last incentive I think we spoke of, does this one fall into that where jobs would come from some of the impact zones? The concerns around making sure that, you know, at least jobs or people in those impact zones would have opportunities.
Yes,
Especially as it relates to these job fairs. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're okay. Yes, we would work with the company, and the Guilford Works would also work with the company and having job fairs and work to try to have those in strategic locations or in construct strategic ways and to target the all areas of Greensboro, including the impact zone. They would also be eligible, of course, for the additional incentive per hire in the impact zone or through the hiring through Guilford Works.
Right. Yeah, because there was an offering of an extra incentive if, in fact, there was hiring from those zones, which would be critically important to the outcomes of the economics of individuals out of that area. So I just want to make sure that we're not overlooking that. And I didn't see it here. And I just wanted to make sure it fell up under that. So.
Yes, ma'am. And
we'll
be working with them through the whole process.
Right. Any specific skills or trades or that will be needed?
I'll maybe let someone from the Procter & Gamble company answer that question.
Yeah, so this is Dan Pellegrino. So I'm the plant finance director at the Swing Road Greensboro plant. And yeah, so these will be considered technician roles. They're really equipment owners and operators working across potentially 3 separate shifts. So I think this is pretty much in line with kind of the standard roles that we currently are employing at the site.
Okay, so any specific, you said the skills would be needed. So any training opportunities?
So I think obviously the only requirement is a high school graduation, and all of the training takes place really physically at the site. Some will certainly be working in the warehouse, some will be operating the line, some will be in the making operations, but those skills set is in training really is provided at the site.
I just want to tell you that you have a pink background, and that just reminds me of Pepto-Bismol.
Yeah, so at that site, obviously we have Pepto-Bismol, Prilo, Align, and all the Vicks brands. Yes.
I want to say thank you for giving us this opportunity. I know that you've got 31 plants throughout the United States, and you could actually go anywhere and expand. And we know that part of this expansion is modernization, and we appreciate that you're going to do that here on the Greensboro campus, or hopefully you'll do it here on the Greensboro campus. And I do want to say thank you for your commitment to values, diversity, and inclusion. It reflects the city of Greensboro and what we want an employer. I really like your commitment to 20,021 acts of good through 2021. I think that's a neat program. And I want to thank you for the outreach and the help that you gave us during the tornado. P&G really stepped up. You brought your tide loads of Hope truck out there, and along with many supplies. So to me, this is a really easy one. So thank you for giving us this opportunity to work together.
Okay, appreciate that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
If there are no other comments, do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
So moved by Mrs. Johnson, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. While that's coming up, I am a yes, Mrs. Johnson.
Absolutely.
Mrs. Abuzawader,
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower,
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
She's muted.
yes, okay, yes,
Sorry, yes.
that's okay. And Dr. Wells.
Yes.
Great, and that passes 8-0. Thank you very much. We look forward to an announcement in the short term, we hope. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have postponed item F.19 and G1. So we are moving on to G2 and G3. G2 is a resolution to approve Coliseum North End restroom and elevator contract in the amount of $1,724,337 with RPM Partners. And item G3, an ordinance for Coliseum North End restroom and elevator contract award.
Move the item.
So moved by Mrs. Hightower and seconded by Mrs. Thurm. That is for item G2. Please vote. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. Now I need a motion for G3.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Johnson, seconded, I think that was Dr. Wells.
Yes.
Was moved by Ms. Johnson, seconded by Dr. Wells.
Yes. I am a yes, Mrs. Johnson.
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader,
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower,
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
and Dr. Wells.
Yes.
And that passes 8-0.
So,
Item
thank you.
number,
Did I see Matt on here?
yes, you did. I think Matt and Mike Purdue are both on.
Matt, I'm impressed by the MWBE. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well,
And
Mike
thank you.
Purdue is with me, Councilwoman Hightower, and it's even better than what you're seeing in your numbers because Mike has worked out with the contractor to support the subcontractor's opportunity to buy parts from a minority-owned business in Greensboro, GPS plumbing supplies. So it's a double effect for us, and we're thrilled to death to have the opportunity to showcase this for you.
All right, good deal. Well, thank you. And then thank you for speeding up the elevator too. I looked to a faster
yes.
elevator ride.
We've got rid of the
Thank you.
mice, and we're using this new product called electricity. So you'll see ours will now actually move.
Good.
And
Thank
it'll
you.
be, and it'll be large enough.
Yeah.
And get rid of 1959 restrooms. So
Yes.
congratulations to all you for taking us to the next level here. Thank
No,
you.
absolutely. Thank you again. Thank you. Thank you.
We
both.
appreciate your hard work, and Sharon, thank you for recognizing that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We're getting there. We're gonna get there.
That's great. Item G4 is a resolution to authorize contracts for fiscal year 2021, 2022 homeless prevention activities.
Move the item.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mrs. Johnson. While that comes up, I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Boozwaiter?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. Item G5 is a resolution approving bid in the amount of $2,136,605.75 and authorizing execution of contract 2019-071A with Friesenet, Inc. for bridge maintenance and repair 2019-2020 project.
Move the item.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Dr. Wells. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawaiter?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. Item number G6 is a resolution approving a contract in the amount of $250,000 with Santee Consulting Services for project maintenance and engineering technical support for stormwater drainage projects.
Move the item.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mrs. Johnson. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Abuzawaiter?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. Item number G7 is a resolution approving bid in the amount of $1,059,815 and authorizing execution of contract 2019-018 with Brees Enterprises for the Bernard Street and Primrose Avenue Water and Sewer Improvement Projects.
Move the item.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawaiter?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
That passes 8-0. Item number G8 is a resolution declaring the city property listed below on surplus property and conveyance of surplus property to Downtown Greensboro Incorporated, a nonprofit organization pursuant to NC General Statute 160A-280.
Move the item.
Second.
So that was moved by Mrs. Johnson, seconded by Dr. Wells.
So we are conveying vehicles? Is or just one vehicle?
Just one truck.
Okay. And I think I asked this question a time ago, and just not sure about how does a nonprofit go about getting a donation of this type if they were doing some work for that without paying for it? And what is the process?
You did ask that question before, and I think the simplest thing to do would be to let someone know to contact our budget and evaluation office or our office, and then we can take that request in, vet it, let them know if we have anything available and bring it to you for approval or denial.
Yeah, because I've seen it, but I've only seen it happen for 2 organizations, and so I know there's many in the community who work in, and there's other ballot nonprofits. So I just wanted them to have fair opportunity to be engaged in the process. So, thank you.
Thank you. So we do have a motion from Mrs. Johnson and a second from Dr. Wells. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Busewader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. Item G9 is a resolution to authorize a no-cost contract amendment to contract 2018-5431 with Keolis NA. We do have 2 speakers on this item if needed.
Madam Mayor, I request to be recused from voting on this particular matter. One or more of my colleagues at the Brooks Pierce Law Firm represents Keolis in an ongoing matter. Although I'll note, obviously, it's not Don Vaughn, who is not with our firm. But on that basis, I ask to be recused.
So do we have a motion to recuse Mr. Outling?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Dr. Wells. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Busewader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 7-0. Do I have a motion on G9?
Madam Mayor, before we have a motion on G9, I would like some explanation. I want staff to kind of give us a little explanation around this item dealing with Keolis, because I think there's concerns, and I want to make sure we understand what this item actually does mean. So, Ms. Cockman, can you kind of just touch on that, if you will? You might have to unmute.
Councilmember Hightower, I'm happy to give a quick overview of this change. As you all are aware, Keolis NA North America is the contracted service provider that provides the labor force that is unionized that operates our transit system. These are primarily drivers and various other positions that support the operation of the transit service. This contract was entered into was bid in 2017 and entered into in 2018. And this contract was based on a lot of assumptions about how the system was operating. And then COVID happened. And a lot of the things that were the predication for these assumptions changed very drastically and continue to be in place today. The amendment that we have identified that can help address Keolis's ongoing need for additional revenue, adjust the per trip rate in our paratransit service, and increases that slightly for the remainder of the contract. The contract will end in June, at the end of June of next year, and staff is in the process now of developing the request for proposals to identify a new contractor under a new contract. I'm happy to answer any further questions you may have.
So Hannah, even though we have increased the per trip for SCAT, this is for SCAT only, we still fall up under the budgeted amount for the transportation that we have agreed upon. This does not give them in any way an increase of budget amount.
That's correct. The total contract amount does not need to be adjusted because we have been able to identify other cost savings throughout the program that allow for this budget adjustment to move forward without increasing the contract.
Okay, and as you state, the contract ends in 22, but the RFP, a new RFP is going out, beginning when? When do we plan to have that on the street?
Staff is working actively on the language for the request for proposals and preparing the other support materials that are necessary, including an evaluation of the performance of the investments related to the unionized workforce and their benefits, the retirement program associated with those positions, as well as the operational details to provide to any bidders. So we will be actively seeking bids. We will go through a really robust process to ensure that these bids are evaluated in a fair and transparent way, and that we select a new partner going forward that can meet the needs of our city both today and into the future and help us begin to implement our Mobility 2040 plan.
Right, and not to belabor the point, even though we're talking about increasing the budget, you have all those measures put in place, such as selection committees around reviewing those RFPs moving forward, and having proper staff involved to ask the questions that need to be addressed and asked, so that we don't find ourselves put into this situation, hopefully moving forward, because it's been some troublesome times, not just because it's COVID impacted. So I would assume you got some of those measures that you're looking at to be
Yes.
very strategic and intentional about making sure that selection process is intentional around what the review looks like, the engagement looks like, the participation of it looks like, to get a better transit system
That's correct. We will
moving forward.
be seeking best practices in the industry for selection of a contractor of this type. We will be engaging with NCT's Integrated Mobility Division to assist us in the review process so that we have some outside input, but is still knowledgeable in these operations. Of course, we'll refer back to FTA's best practices for setting up a document of this type. We are working actively with our finance department and with the legal department to ensure that we've covered all of the requirements and bases associated with the financial viability of the program moving forward, and that we are meeting all the legal requirements, both of the city, the state, and FTA.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for the explanation. I felt it was necessary because while I really don't want to vote for this item, you know, it's monies that fall up under the original budgeted amount, because we were anticipating, I think, 198 trips, SCAT trips a year, and we didn't. With COVID, it fell down to what, Hannah, what, 100 and something? Or my numbers may be off. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it dropped to less than half in the course of the last calendar year, and still is remaining at a relatively low rate due to a number of factors.
Right, okay. Thank you. Thank you for the explanation. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So do we have a motion on G9?
I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Dr. Wells. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes. I'm really not there. I'll be honest with you. Matter of fact, no.
So you are switching your vote?
Yeah, I'm a no.
Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Outling? Oh, sorry. Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
Dr. Wells.
Yes.
So that passes 6-1. All right, we will move on to our next item, which is G10, a resolution to approve bid in the amount of $7,480,285.21 for contract 2020-2018 with Yates Construction. We do have two speakers on this item. Why don't we hear the speakers first? I have John Hill and Marianne and Jimmy Contagianis.
I'll let Marianne go first.
Thank you.
Hopefully she's there.
Okay, hello, can you hear us? Okay,
Yes.
can you hear us now? We're trying to start the video, but we can't, so you can see us. Can you see us? No.
I can see you.
Oh, you can see us. Okay, perfect. Well, I'm actually here in our family's restaurant, the Acropolis Restaurant at 416 and 414 North Eugene Street, the property that's being considered. And I'm here with my brother, Jimmy Contagianis, who runs the restaurant, and my sister, Liz, who is also a property owner in the restaurant. We are extremely concerned with this matter, and there are 4 items that really we feel are very important. First of all, economic impact to all of our businesses, all 3 businesses that are affected on this block of the street, the terms of the contract that's being awarded, the communication all around between us, the city, the construction company, as well as messaging. When we look at economic impact, 4 years ago, Eugene Street was closed on our block for a total of 6 months, a total closure for 4 and a partial closure for 2 more. As a result, we lost about a third of our business revenue for the year. We also lost customers because they could not come in, and they went to other restaurants and developed other restaurant loyalties. And we're being faced with that again, the possibility of losing more customers. We lost employees. If my mother did not own the property, it might have been a much more financial hit to all of us. Then COVID came, and we're just beginning to recover from that. And now this. How much more do you think we can tolerate? You are again asking us to take a huge financial hit to benefit the city. We are also losing more on street parking, which can impact our customer volume. We will likely lose the booking of private parties as well due to the construction. We would like to see our restaurant celebrate its 54th year anniversary in October of this year and make it to its 55th anniversary next year. When we look at the terms of the contract, this is extremely important, and that's what you're really considering tonight. We understand that the contract you're considering does not have specific restrictions addressing the timely completion of the renovations on our block. Before a contract is signed, we feel it is your fiduciary and moral responsibility to ensure that this project is completed in a manner that provides for minimal disruption of our businesses. And not just consider the cheapest bid that you get. The current contract does not require that the construction company work nights or weekends, and they have a 2-year window to complete the total project. Our block is about a third of that project, and nowhere in the contract does it specify how each portion of the construction will be completed. Our block, on our block, that third part of it already has been completed on one side, but the other side has not been. Why can the city not be more reasonable to negotiate a contract to complete our partial block on a more timely manner? This can likely be done, even if it took 4, 6, 8 weeks. But we will be stuck within that time frame of 2 years because you have not specified to the contractor as to when the construction will happen. You need to be sure that all materials are present before any construction begins. And you need to not only consider the Greensboro grasshoppers and the local hotel development in this area, but all business owners and taxpayers when scheduling the construction. Up to now, they are the only ones that have been considered. Large and small business owners are very important. So we come to communication. It has been extremely lacking in all of these procedures 4 years ago, as well as now. We have tried to explain to the property management team at the city that what the economic impact will be and outline the financial loss, but then they turned it down and they actually sent a letter to my deceased mother, Ellen K. Contagianis, turning us down and threatening a lawsuit to get eminent domain of our sidewalk property. If I could raise her from the grave to come speak to you today, I certainly would, but obviously I can't. And yet the city attorney's office was able to send a copy of the pending lawsuit for eminent domain to each heir of Ellen K. Contagianis. When the city council had this project and our property lawsuit on their agenda a few months ago, no one from the city contacted us to provide any testimony then. How can the city council have a discussion without talking to all parties? Well, I believe there are two of us that we signed up to speak, okay? I have called the city's attorney's office several times and have had to leave a voicemail each time. To date, no one has responded. When I talked to Mr. Oakley yesterday, he assured me that he would call the city attorney's office yesterday and someone would call me yesterday afternoon. Of course, that didn't happen either. We finally contacted Downtown Greensboro last week.
Expired.
Wait a minute. Okay.
Can Mr. Contagianis continue your comments? Because it's 3 minutes per person.
Can he yield it to me?
I'm going to yield it to Mary Ann.
We have a policy not to yield time.
Ma'am, you have already done that. I've been here since 5 o'clock, looking and listening. And you have yielded it because there is a total of 15 minutes for each issue that you have talked about.
Those were zoning issues.
Yeah, the speakers are not penalized when they're answering questions of council.
Well, it wasn't just answering questions, especially when that mother and daughter are on there, you know. But Jimmy, can you read my handwriting?
I don't know. Try.
It's only going to take about another minute, but he'll be happy to do that. Put on his glasses and read it.
Can she finish her statement though? Because I want to hear the rest of her. She called, somebody didn't call her back. So can she finish that?
If you're asking her a question, she can certainly answer.
Yeah, I just want to know who was the last person she called and didn't get a call back. I think she was getting ready to give that after Mr. Oakley.
Okay, last week I called Alan Andrews, I believe is the city attorney who sent us the lawsuit. And I had to leave a message. I understand people may be working remotely because of COVID. No one responded to me. Yesterday, I was talking to Mr. Kyle Oakley about matters, and he assured me that he would call over to the city attorney's office and that they would call me yesterday afternoon. I gave him my office number. I alerted my office staff. Nobody called me. Today, I called the city attorney's office again this morning. It was actually, I got into Mr. Andrews' voicemail, left a message, no response. I called again this afternoon, left a message, no response.
Okay. So what would you like to know more? I mean, I mean, obviously you have a lot of concern because you called. Can I ask you what you wanted to know more?
Sure.
That's what I'm trying to hear.
Sure. Apparently this eminent domain lawsuit, the city is looking to condemn some of our property. We need to know as business owners, we need to know, and my brother as the person running the business, all of us are business owners, but he actually is the person running the business. We need to know, what does that condemnation entail? If you know, we've gotten mixed messages. Some people, that's why I want to talk to the attorney, are saying that it's going to condemn the piece of property in front of us, in front of the restaurant, okay? And not the actual restaurant building. And so if you condemn that piece of property in front of our building, how will people be able to use that condemned sidewalk to come into our restaurant?
Madam Mayor, may I?
Yes, you may.
Ms. Contagianis, is that the proper way to pronounce your name? I'm sorry.
It's actually Dr. Contagianis, but Contagianis, like the girl's name, is correct. Mhm.
Okay, I'm going to call you doctor.
Okay, thank
That
you.
serves me well in this forum.
It does,
Okay.
but I'm a medical doctor, so here we go.
Okay. So I'm sorry for not calling you back. Some matters were on the agenda for today. I plan to call you in the morning. But to explain to everyone, condemn is a verb used for condemnation. The city has to file those actions against a number of property owners when they are making improvements to the area. It is not a reflection of the quality of your property. It's a statutory matter. The city is involved in a condemnation matter in order to make streetscape improvements, which is improvements that will benefit the area and your property. They are not taking property away from you per se. They are beautifying the area, and then the city will leave. You will have access to the area except for structural improvements, flowers and such that are just to your south at the intersection of, I believe it's Belmead and Eugene. And so the city is required to do two things. The city is required to send notices to every listed owner of the property. And that can sometimes include estates, as your mother obviously has an estate. So it was not a statement about your mother being alive. It was meeting legal requirements. But we, of course, would deal with the people who are behind. And I'm glad to meet with you in person here or at your office. I'm sorry I wasn't able to call you today. A couple things were going on today and I wasn't able to do that. I'd hoped to. But I'm absolutely glad to talk to you about all ranges of matters cordially and respectfully about this to explain what it is. But it is a condemnation matter under the law that calls eminent domain condemnation. And it's designed for construction of improvements, and then the city is gone. And what is left is complete access to all areas and little disruption to your business. And I'm glad to send you a meeting invitation for a personal discussion. And I'm glad to discuss all of it with you. It seems to be adversarial, but it's not of that nature. It is done routinely with the city, and we work with property owners very often for this. And I'm glad to do that with you.
Okay, and you have to understand, my family's concern is that we've had people walking in the restaurant saying, okay, we saw a headline, the city is suing you for eminent domain, and your property is going to be condemned, right? And so they're walking in thinking, why is this going on? They're asking my brother, and of course, we then had to research it, and then we see that one newspaper reported it as such. So, you know, it's also inherent in that, sir. Are you Mr. Andrews?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay, Mr. Andrews, it's inherent that you get that messaging out right about that condemnation, not just to us, but to the public, because they don't need to hear that the Acropolis restaurant is being sued and being condemned.
That's the media doing that, but we certainly understand we can't control them, but I will absolutely work with you, and I'm glad to meet with you and discuss that. And we do apologize for any misunderstandings or disruptions. It was not our intent.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, Mr. Andrews, is it more of a construction easement? While legally we may have to call it a condemnation, is it more of a construction easement in reality?
It's absolutely an easement so that the improvements can be made, put in place, and then they'll be gone. The area where the plantings are made is technically an easement that is taken, so you can't walk through the plants, but they're just there. It's just like on the intersection of, I think it's Belmead and South Eugene. There will be no, people can still get into the restaurant. They'll probably be drawn to it. So it works out to be improvements, but I do understand Dr. Contagianis's concerns and her family's concerns. Be glad to meet them. Sorry I wasn't able to meet them before. There are about 70 of these, and just as a matter of getting through them. But certainly will be glad to do that.
Okay, thank you for that.
So basically, she won't be negatively impacted, Al, right?
So
we
that's,
will be. Well, yes, we will, because the sidewalk is right out in front of our restaurant, And by taking the eminent domain, well, it's the whole project is the issue, ma'am, okay? The whole project, because it's gonna be ripping up the street in front of all three businesses, ours, Mr. Hill's, and Olivia's down at Salon 440. They will be all not passable. They will be blocked off during that time as well.
So you will not be able to get into the restaurant over broken concrete in the sidewalk.
Yeah. And dirt and pipes everywhere.
And they're taking the lane, the outer lane also. So there's only going to be one lane each way outside. There won't be any parking. We won't be able to get loading and unloading groceries. It's going to be a big handicap not to have any way to get in front of our restaurant.
You know, I would suggest, Mr. Andrews, that when you meet, that we also include Kim Sowell, because I know that she has been working on this contract as well. And that we need to minimize the disruption to the local businesses. While we know that the streetscape needs to move forward, we do have to take into consideration, how difficult it is temporarily for the people on that street. I know Mr. Hill is still on the call. Mr. Hill?
You ready for me?
Yes, sir.
Is the video on?
Yes.
So thank you, Madam Mayor and council members, for sticking around this long, and I'll be mindful of your time. And for me, I'm all about completing the project. It's like an eyesore. You've got that last little parcel to complete, and I think it's going to be a great finish. But having endured what we did 4 years ago and saw the being misled at numerous times and promised timeliness that would come work 3 hours and be gone for 3 days, and they would have our businesses disrupted and we could get no urgency. So we're fearful the way these contracts are let. There's nothing in there that holds that contractor liable. They can, at their discretion, go when it's affordable and profitable for them, put their people on that project. In the meantime, leave us disrupted. I know 4 years ago, it was in excess of $200,000. And not only that, I lost 4 staff members of a true loss on an accurate P&L because I'm a franchise with the brands I carry and they require traffic count. We have a CSI score that has to be maintained, and where there's no accessibility and the consumer has a problem getting into the business, it kills our CSI score. And on the back end of our products, we don't get the money. And we're dictated the hours we have to be open, the days of the week. If we want to close for a Saturday, we have to get a 90-day advance permission from the franchisor to give us that. And so here we are, unknown how we're going to be disrupted. We got franchisors wanting to know what your traffic count will be during this process. And if our CSI score, right now we're at a 98 CSI score, which is 100 is desirable. But the last time this happened 4 years ago, we dropped into the 60s. And when that happens, you get no back end money and it really impacts you financially. Maybe some of you remember then, but I'm thankful for a lot of council members and you, Mayor Vaughn, for getting involved and putting some urgency to it because it was dragging along. And until the media and you got involved, it wasn't going anywhere. And then suddenly it took a turn for the better. I think you remember Carrier Rail's excavator video and
I do.
How the number of hits, we got us some publicity and people started seeing what was going on. But I really think it's been a little heavy-handed on the eminent domain and the condemnation part. You know, I don't want any money. I've already told Amanda that I don't want the money. They offered me $800 to have 2 years accessibility to my property. And I don't care for the $800. I just want to have some say as to how quickly this gets done and not have a project started and stopped, all while our doors are disrupted, the sidewalks are dug up, customers can't get in, and you lose employees because most of our employees are on a commission structure. And if they're not selling,
30 seconds.
So there's a lot to be those 3 businesses. And I realize that it's such a small portion of business owners that are hit by this, but I think it's worth commenting and thinking the importance of these contracts give nothing to where we can urge these projects along and we just have to bear with them and at our expense. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Contagenis, did you want to add anything?
Yes, there are a couple things here, a couple issues that I want to bring up. it was spoken about an interruption of water supply, which would force the restaurant to close or any other two businesses to close without water. And there was also talk about an interruption of electricity, which would cause, of course, all the refrigerators and freezers and everything to not be on, and I would lose a lot of food, and it would have to be thrown away and all this kind of, thing there. And then I would have to go buy a generator if I could plug into somebody, or somebody would have to supply me with a generator, you know what I mean? And then in summary of the whole thing here, excuse me a second. You can see that we have several valid points here, concerns regarding the approval of this contract, and ask you not to approve it until they are resolved for all parties involved. And that's it for now.
I do want to thank you, one, for your patience, for hanging in with us on a very long meeting. And we appreciate your points. And I do recall, the pain that the last improvements were. I know that staff will reach out to you, and that we will expedite this contract to make sure that, your disruption will be the smallest time frame possible. Ms. Sowell, could you comment on it? I know we've had some recent discussions regarding this as well.
Sure, absolutely. And just want the speakers to know that we heard you, we heard your concerns. So we will make sure, that if we anticipate that there would be any type of water disconnection, we can provide a way to get water to you. So please don't worry about that. We will work with the utilities to make sure that you have all of the utilities and connections you need to continue your business. And we will definitely reach out to you as we engage with the contract. So right now, the contract has not been executed. As staff, we can't execute the contract until our council gives us authorization to do so. But if we get that authorization, then we will certainly engage you as we negotiate the contract with Yates. So we heard your concerns, and we'll be following up with you.
So I think that's important to note, that we can still put on restrictions and conditions as we move forward with this contract. That by approving it tonight, it doesn't mean that it's set in stone. It just advances those discussions to give you some comfort as we move forward. Mrs. Sturm?
Yes, based on the email we received earlier today from the landowners in that property, I had a conversation with Mrs. Soul about the concept of incentives and penalties. And this, I think, speaks to that issue very boldly. And it's something that I would like to see our departments look at and take a look at. In the past, it's my understanding that we have not had penalties or incentives in contracts, construction contracts, for penalties for late completion or incentives. I know there's pros and cons to both those issues, but I do think it's something we need to look at. Certainly, I know whether it be this situation or Councilwoman Hightower and I both had a situation with a road construction problem that took way longer than it should have and disrupted businesses. And I really think this is something we need to look at going forward and make a commitment to at least looking at the alternatives. Again, there are always two sides to that story, and we have to look at that closely, but I do think it's something we need to look at going forward.
I completely agree with you, especially when it comes to small businesses and businesses, because they're our backbone. And so I certainly would be in agreement to looking at it, and I would be in agreement to moving on it as fast as we possibly can, Kim. If you could let us know something as soon as possible, I'd appreciate it.
Well, I support that as well, because for over a year and a half now, as what Councilwoman Thurm is referring to, I've been trying to get penalties. And some penalties are there, but we need to write them more into the contract. But I will say that this contractor, to Mr. Hill and to the others, this contractor has good minority participation, and those are good contractors. I believe they will move post haste if given that opportunity. Because I remember Mr. Hill's problems. Not only did he call the mayor, he called me, and I used to take my daughter's car to him for years. And so he's a good business person, been in the same location, I know, for a long time. We don't need to impact those types of people, but we also don't need contractors who hold our neighborhoods hostage and our businesses hostage by having projects that are a year and a half overdue and cost us money. So we definitely do need to explore that a little bit more to make sure that people understand when we contract with them, we are doing a customer service business, and we need to make sure the customer gets served appropriately. So.
Thank you. Mr. Outling, then Ms. Abuzawader.
Thank you. Ms. Soul, thank you for your comments. I understand from the discussion that if we were to approve this item, it merely provides authorization for the city to enter a contract with terms that it would negotiate after tonight. Will there in fact be terms added or a part of that contract with regard to the timeline? Or is that merely something staff is saying that it will explore?
That is definitely something that we could put in. There are, and I don't want to speak for our city attorneys, but there's a term called liquidated damages that is common, that you can commonly put in contracts, so that if contractors don't meet certain terms, then the penalties that Councilmember Thurm and Hightower and Mayor Pro Tem Johnson have spoken about, it would give us the authority to levy any type of penalties if certain timelines or conditions are not met. But I would allow our attorneys to elaborate on that.
Yeah, I'd like to echo what Assistant City Manager Soul said. We'll have those provisions in the contracts and we'll actively enforce them. But more importantly, we'll speak about all the concerns with the contractors before they even begin construction and work with the affected landholders. You know, as Dr. Kanagiana said, it's about communication. So what we'll do beforehand is try to coordinate. We have a lot of different interested parties with, in this case, different interests on the timing and processing of this construction. So we will try to stage it in a way that is least disruptive and in consideration of all the concerns that have been made. And where there are delays and deviations from the agreed schedule, there will be punitive remedies, financial remedies that will be applied.
Great. And I think it sounds like that should at least be part of a solution to address the concerns that will not only be possible to include it, that will in fact be included on this contract. So hopefully, in addition to the timelines and the discussion, that'll provide a good amount of encouragement and leverage for the city to move it along. Because as others remarked, I mean, this stretch has been through a lot for a number of years. So glad we could be proactive, and thanks to all those involved for kind of raising the issue.
Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes, I'll be brief, Madam Mayor, and to the Kanagianis and Mr. Hill and everyone along that corridor. I think most of us that are on council now do remember how frustrating it was when the prior improvements happened along that corridor. And having been in the restaurant business myself, I certainly understand you can't be without power for 2 hours. You can't be without water for 2 hours. The health department would ask you to shut yourself down and call them. So, you know, any time frame, I appreciate Mrs. Sowell being aware of this and knowing how crucial it is. You just can't be without your utilities, especially. I know you're going to have to deal with parking and things like that, but I think that's very crucial, and I appreciate staff acknowledging that and making sure that that will not happen. So good luck to you all. We'll have to see how it goes. Thank you.
So, so Ms. Sowell, can we request that if this is approved, that we would get a timeline and what damages and incentives you negotiate with the contractor?
Certainly. Absolutely.
Thank you. And again, thank you for your patience. I know that this has been a very long meeting, and that this is a very important item to you.
Thank
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you.
So do we have a motion with those stipulations that we get a timeline and what those incentives or penalties would look like?
So moved.
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mr. Outling. So council, please vote. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Abuzawader,
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower,
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
and Dr. Wells.
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. Thank you, and we'll get back to you with the follow-up.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Item number G11 is an ordinance in the amount of $13,336,063 establishing budget for fiscal year 2022 FTA American Rescue Plan ARP Act grant.
Move the item.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Johnson, seconded by Dr. Wells. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Abuzawader,
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower,
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
and Dr. Wells.
Yes.
That passes 8-0. Item number G12 is
So
an
Madam-
order.
Madam Mayor, I know we just passed that. Do we have a schedule of public hearings around American Rescue Plan? Have we gotten a schedule yet, or what are we looking for? Public hearing wise?
If you're talking about the non-FTA affiliated grant, we've committed to a work session in September.
Okay.
And we had talked about doing a regular item on the agenda as far as public hearings to get people's input on a regular basis.
Mhm.
Correct.
Okay.
And we also continue to seek input online.
Yes, and that, we can have that public hearing as a separate item from the town hall style meeting that we have. I think it's important to get the public input, but it should be a separate item.
I agree. Yeah, okay.
So we did have a motion and a second. I didn't write down. All right, we passed that, sorry. Item G12 is an ordinance amending Chapter 12 of the Greensboro Code of Ordinances to add enforcement procedures and civil penalties for discrimination in public accommodations and employment. Mr. Dickens, I know that you had a comment.
Yes, Madam Mayor, and members of council. Hold on, let me start my video. Due to a technical error, the ordinance that you have in your agenda, that's attached to your agenda, is not the one that has the amendments in it. And so our office, we deeply apologize for the error. Just noticed it today, that somehow the ordinance got switched. So the one with the amendments in it so that you guys could look at it and see it and the public could see it was not attached to your agenda item.
I know that Mrs. Thurm actually brought that up last week. She had noticed that the amendment that she had made was not reflected in the ordinance that was attached to the agenda.
Right, and I think what happened is when that correction was being made, and what happened is instead of the ordinance that had that correction along with all the other amendments being put back into the agenda, somehow just the original Chapter 12 was placed in the agenda. So there are no amendments in your attachment. If you're looking at it, at least when I went online to look at it, there are none of the amendments are visible.
And I would suggest that we probably re-advertise this to our next meeting to make sure that it is correct.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate that. If there's any questions about what's in it, I'm happy to discuss what's actually in it. If you all have any questions about it, in terms of what it may, or the procedures by how we enforce the civil penalty, or any questions of that nature, you'd just like me to go over it. If that's what you'd like, I'm happy to do that, or we can just wait till the next meeting.
Let's wait till the next meeting.
Well, I just want, what is the amendment? I mean,
Let's wait till the next.
Well, and I think that we should put it on our next agenda, not
Yeah.
the next business agenda, but the next agenda.
I agree.
and can you send it out to us?
Yes, ma'am. Happy to do that.
Thank you, James.
We'll get out to you tomorrow.
So
Thank you,
do we need a motion to postpone this to our next meeting?
So move.
Mr. Dickens, yes, so moved without further advertising.
Yes.
So moved by Mrs. Johnson, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. And I guess we will do a roll call vote. I am a yes, Mrs. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Abuzawader,
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower,
Yes,
Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
and Dr. Wells.
Yes.
And I know that we just got our vote, but that is actually for the postponement, not to vote on what's on the agenda. Madam Clerk, if you could just confirm that.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor, that is to postpone.
Okay, thank you. So that is the end of our agenda. If there are any boards and commissions, let's just start. Ms. Hightower?
yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to ask council, I need to put an individual in the database and also appoint him to a vacant position, Bryant Keith Peterson Senior. He's at 3317 Winchester Drive. I want to appoint him to the District 1 vacancy on Zoning Commission. And that appointment will complete the Zoning Commission.
Second.
Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. I am a yes, Mrs. Johnson.
Yes.
I'm supposed to get this in order. Ms. Abuzawader,
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower,
Yes,
Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
and Dr. Wells. And that passes 8-0, and it will be good to have the zoning commission back at full strength.
absolutely. And that's all I have for boards and commissions for tonight.
Dr. Wells? No. Mr. Outling?
None this evening, thank you.
Mrs. Hoffman?
None, thank you.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes, I've got one. I'd like to appoint Omar Jones to
Second.
the Participatory Budgeting Commission for vacancy that I have.
Okay.
Second,
So that is a motion and a second. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
yes,
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Anything else, Mrs. Thurm?
That's it.
Boards and commissions, Mrs. Johnson?
None tonight.
Ms. Abuzawader?
Sorry, none tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Quickly, council comments, Mrs. Hightower?
yes, I got so many. I'll make it short though.
You better,
There-
cause it's late.
It's back to
Yeah.
school. Oh, y'all can hang. Come on now. I wanted to say thanks to the Brothers of Gabriel Lodge. They had a real successful back to school event this past Saturday in Hampton Park. And even though it was hot, it was very good to see the kids come out and have a good time and get ready to go back to school. We had our second Saturday at Willow Oaks, where we had farmers market, kind of some wares. So just trying to help to boost interest over in the Willow Oaks Cottage Grove community as well, because there'll be new housing coming very soon in Cottage, in the Willow Oaks community. We're committed to build about 14 brand new houses in the next few weeks. So we're looking forward to that as well. So I think that's all I have for tonight. Oh, I was sorry. I did lose one of my constituents, Colonel Clifton Johnson, and I want to give my condolences to his family. So, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wells?
Well, with the way things are going now, I want to encourage everyone to, if you haven't had your vaccination, get your vaccination. Be sure and use your mask, wash your hands, and do the social distancing. I also lost one of my constituents who was in her 90s today, yesterday. And she was also a member of my church, Josephine Reed. So my heart goes out for that family. So I tell everybody, be safe and please do what we're supposed to do.
Thank you. Mr. Outling?
Thank you. Of course, lots of terrific community events happening in the past several weeks. I'm sure other council members will touch on many of them, including the Wyndham. One thing that's happened over the course of this week, and will start next week for more folks, is the return to school for grade school students across our community. So definitely in these trying times of COVID, especially the Delta variant, and persons like Mike, Clark, and Clara who are under 12, want to express appreciation to all the teachers and administrators that are doing everything, both keep our kids safe as well as educated. So definitely want to express my thanks to them and wish all the children in our community the best of luck on a coming school year.
Thank you. Mrs. Hoffman?
I have nothing, thank you.
Mrs. Thurm?
I have nothing to add tonight. Thank you.
Mrs. Booswaiter?
Just thank you to everyone who did have all the back to school events. Sharon, I just missed you at Gabriel Lodge. I was running late, but I did get by there. But there were a lot of communities that were doing, I know the Mothers Standing Against Gun Violence did one as well, along with Crime Stoppers. I know the mayor was there, Sharon was there. Just so many wonderful things that go on in our community. And I think we all know how important they are. I know many of you have been to many of those things as well. So that's it. And like Dr. Wells said, please, please get your vaccination and wear your mask. This stuff is getting scary again. And, you know, we all need to pay attention.
Thank you. Mrs. Johnson?
First of all, I just want to thank all of you for your support and your many kindnesses during probably one of the worst times in my life. And I wanted to thank people in the community that have sent cards and have been so kind. You have my deepest gratitude, and I thank you for all acts of kindness and just showing up, just being there, meant a whole lot. I did go to Ronald McNair Elementary School's opening for their teachers, and I want to give kudos to Attitude of Gratitude for providing all of the teachers in every class packets of all kinds of goodies, paper, pens, markers, you name it. They had it, hand sanitizer, masks. It was a wonderful event, and I just hope all schools have that kind of support for somebody that cares enough to make sure they have the things that they need, because a lot of times our teachers are paying for those themselves. And so this was a great day, and just want to again thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Johnson. You know, our thoughts are with you regularly during this very difficult time.
Thank you.
I have nothing tonight. Mr. City Manager,
Nothing this evening. Thank you.
Mr. Deputy City Attorney,
Sorry, working the controls. Nothing this evening, Madam Mayor.
thank you. With that, can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mrs. Boozwaiter, and we can do that by affirmation. Thank you for a good meeting. I know it was a long one, but I appreciate all the hard work we've done.